Future Time cast will debut this split in the LEC. I'm Jake and this is Finn.
Yeah, I'm Finn and I'm joined by Jake. Ooh. And yes, Shifters versus SK, a must-win game for both of these two teams. Really need to secure a win here today and secure some momentum for a potential playoff run.
One being hyped up, the other not really left the starting mark. Shifters got me excited. Last road trip of last split. What I saw out of Paddock, what I saw out of the Shifters roster that could hit high marks themselves. They've come into this split, Shao and Nuke reunited back together of what was a top 3 jungle support, a jungle mid, excuse me. Stendu's also come over with Shao, you expect synergy. I feel like right now it is the man in the top lane is the only one kind of hitting the standard that I want out of Shifters, where everyone else is falling a bit flat.
I mean, it really feels like Shifters lack an identity right now. They don't feel like they have anyone to really play through. In the past, you would assume it was Shio and Nuke in that mid jungle, and with Stend, who brought synergy together with Shio from Heretics, where they played together. You really thought the mid jungle support would work in better tandem, but we haven't really seen that. It's been oopsies in the early game, there's been big oopsies in the mid game, and there's been catastrophical oopsies in the late game.
Let's get through the mid game. Let's see Shifters actually close it out. Some of the early games I've been happy with. I mean, just watching through the VOD, what was it? Was it MCOY game 1, Finn, where they opened the season and they actually had some decent performance in that week number 2, and then MCOY were kind of given a free entry back into the series, I feel, which was disappointing to say the least.
I mean, the thing with Shifters is that they don't have bad players. They don't have bad laners. It's just really how they work together. And it is always a struggle when you play in a team with 2 Korean imports. Sometimes that communication doesn't flow quite as freely as the teams that you play against.
Yeah.
So definitely finding a leader or someone who can really get the team on the same page is maybe something that Shifters is lacking right now.
Well, SK did find a leader, and now they've lost their leader, but they haven't really lost any leadership. I would say that the replacement of SoQ has worked out, because on the other side of the rift for them today, I mean, this seems like one of their most winnable matchups. I look at SK and I see their performance against G2. I see the high value that they've given us so far. I don't think their problem is coming together, Finn. I think sometimes they just throw the shoe and they realize, wait, I need that to walk.
Yeah, definitely to walk. That's a good thing to be able to do.
Thank you so much. I was just using what I think would be a you thing to say.
Okay.
Okay, one of your quips.
I mean, my take on SK is that they impressed us versus G2. Still, they lost that series 0-2.
Yep.
You can't like ride the high of having a good series against G2 that you still lost. We need to see more from them. And we need to see a more intelligent SK, because they did just get rolled by GX last week.
Yeah.
And we are headed into draft.
Dobar dan i dobrodošli u još jedan dan leca. Prvi dan ove nedelje. SK protiv Shiftersa. Izvolite, evo vam predikcije. Koga zanima, koga ne, vratila sam se u LoL. Morala sam, jer da bi bio dobar caster, trebaš razumjeti malo igricu, ne? Mislim, dobila sam gameove, ali nisam se lijepo provela. Jako je čudna meta, jako mi je sve čudno. Ništa se ne igra tamo gdje bi trebalo i ne znam šta mislim o tom. Evo, pikali su Vaj, ja sam prošli game imala Vaj na topu sa Igniteom. U enemy timu do duše izgubili su. Ja sam imala Elise na topu, tako da ne znam šta je gore. Klasika, Lucian, Milio. Ja sam Milio fangirl, jer jednostavno hero je evo ti shield, evo ti heal, evo ti shield, evo ti heal. O, hoćeš da se dešava još na moga da carrya. Pa ne može. Da, Sajna spava, on je bio u Fortuni do, ne znam, 1 ujutro, kastova IBL, tako da spava.
We'll see if they ban the Akali, the Aurelia, both volatile champions that Rooster has played into now in the past, but I definitely know the Vayne ban is coming.
What do you think about Olaf here? Because
Kako sam se provela? Pa klasika koji svaki dan. Ništa specijalno. Išla sam u jednu radnju gdje sam imala kupon za besplatne krafne. 4 max komada, bilo koje. Naravno uzela sam 4 najskuplje, jer ono, gotta get my money's worth. Balkanski mentalitet. I onda sam se zgrozila kad sam zapravo shvatila koliko jedna ima kalorija, ali dobro, nema veze. Pojela sam 2. I išla sam u shopping. To je jako zabavno bilo. I dalje nisam gotova sa shoppingom. Cijeli tjedan, shopping tjedan. Svaki dan trebam nešto kupiti. Jesu bile jako dobre. Vidi, nije mi se toliko jelo slatko, tako što su bile okej. Da mi se jelo slatko, bile bi jako dobre, da. Nautilus, klasika, ja ne znam. Bili se ne zabavlja u Nautilusa, to vam mogu reći. Poništavaju se. Da bar, iskreno. Ali ne ide mi se generalno od kad je krenula vrućina. Tako da, šta god. Ja sam više za neke slane opcije nego slatke. Iskreno, ne volim Ambesu. Personalno ne volim Ambesu. Orki, klasika. Orki je jako dobar sad. Igrala sam Gina Dekerija, nisam se lijepo provela. Igrala sam u Hveja. Dobila sam game. Ne zahvaljujući meni, ali a win is a win. I Lok, igrala sam protiv Loka i sa Lokom i nevjerovatno je Broken Hero, ja ne znam šta radi, on samo diluje damage, da jedan put nema mi pola healtha, nešto me executuje, dešuje se, on je full health, nestane, ja ne znam šta je ono. Burek sa ćevapima. Bro. Chill.
At an enemy carry or jungler. Quick shotgun. Don't find yourself caught in the trap of Vi and Besser as well. I mean, I'm looking towards shifters here and Finn. I think that Silas pick. Catching the draft by a toe a little bit.
Imate još 5 minuta. Prije nego što se završe predikcije.
The Nautilus, what it can do up against this comp that wants to find the shotgun. Maybe Nuke builds a bit of time, but for now, we question.
Jer igrate ovoga LoL. Kako je vaše iskustvo? Ja sam iz... Ne znam šta sam bila. Plat 1 ili Emerald. Uglavnom sad sam Emerald 2. Možda sam odigrala 10 gameova u zadnjih par dana. MM armija je u Diamondu i dalje, što je super, iako nisam igrala 2-3 sezone sigurno. Šta se dešava sa fanatikom? Raspada se. Blago rečeno. And your jungler mid there and fight. Because in a skirmish, Silas provides a lot more value than a Syndra due to his bursty dashes, all that stuff that he does. But you have a Vi. Vi is a slow clearing jungler. Mislim, ako naut ovoga misuje hook, samo se Lucian dešuje u njih. Ili W i biju ih. Dobra stvar je što Korki ima onaj bzz i onda može ovoga disengageovat. Mislim da je botlane pritivan. I Silasu neće biti zabavno prvih 6 levela na midu. Jača polovina spava.
with that change on experience. I think
Rekao je, ne stavljam alarm, nemoj da me budiš. Ja mislim da će spavati jedno u 10 uveče, realno. Slažem se, standardan je draft, evo. Nautilus misuje hook, Lucijan ih samo bije. Kako je to fair? Aj sad vi meni recite. Tako je, Kevine. Jače kastuje, slabija spava. Hvala. Plaster. Ne. Ko igra sljedeću? Aha, pa ti misliš da ja znam raspored. Vitality i Giants. Da. Ja znam raspored. Hvala. Mislim, svi osim Ilija imaju deševe sa strane shiftersa, tako da Jarva neće biti baš koristan. Dobro. Respect Flash. Ne, pa znam, pa Vitality i Giants, kako ne znam, viš da znam. Imate još 1 minut za predikcije. Hvala ga bije, Ambesa, ju. Što se tiče top matchupa, nemam pojma o njim. Ambesu lično ne volim. Jednostavno nije mi. Svaki put kad je vidim, ništa ne radi. Kao možda dobije top lane, možda. I onda samo ono mid late game pokušava pogoditi ulti, misuje i to je to. Eto, nešto smo novo naučili danas. Ali realno ono, Ambes će gleda da ulta carry, ne? Da radim kao caster? Pa mislim, mogu, ali ja ne znam puno o LoL. Mislim, znam, ali ne znam. Možda da sam ovo radila prije jedno godinu, 2, znala bi više, sad ne znam. Sad ne znam metu, ne znam, ne igram dovoljno da bi znala. Pa mislim, ako ću biti u Fortuni, moram biti na kameri, kako? Ne znam kako Nautilus planira pogoditi hook na Lucijanu. Doduše, hook hitbox svi znamo da je balanciran, tako da možda se desi. Kako je Rale radio? Šta bi to trebalo značiti? Rale je bio dobar caster. Jel mislite da će nerfovat ovoga Milija? Ništa ne znam, pa kako ne zna, zna. Forces the bot lane of SK to recall, and he also gets the Drake, so that's a double win for Shifters in this sequence.
It's huge. Another good early game, or at least pairing to be here for Shifters. What is measurably slow. We pan up towards top because the push is going to come out. Supports look like they're moving, or at least one of them.
Dobro, ima Mega Gnar.
Will be Mickey as close to getting spotted out, seen by Nuke on the minimap.
I ništa.
Stand is walking up here as well. Grubs are up in 135. This might be a defensive play to see if SK are trying to walk in and get aggressive on this red respawn. Iskreno, jako loša ekipa, tek sam sad primijetila, SK ima jedan win, Shifters imaju 0, tako da
ne vjerujem da će biti nešto zabavan game.
Slowq needs to get some damage down, but he's already scattered the weak. Sten coming in, Co's Campfire going to sustain, and Mickey's hooks right now are just leveraging any damage he can follow down.
So 7 minutes into the game, no kills yet, and a slow early game. Both junglers clearing, getting their level 6s, setting themselves up for that first fight.
Jopa, šta radi? Ne dobija taj trade? What the fuck? Jako lijepo. Evo. Dobro, flash.
Quite a lot to dodge the damage there, otherwise Paddock would be dead.
Yeah, Paddock can't play that aggressive when he doesn't have Sten. Come on, it's Lucian Milio, not Lucian by himself. He really needs Sten by his side to play aggressive. And Mickey finds a really small window and gets the flash.
Jao, igrala sam isti ovaj matchup. To jest, nije isti matchup. Igrala sam sa Lucianom AD Carry u Sion Barda. I sad, čudno mi je bilo jer je Sion bio AD Carry, Bard je konstantno bio na lanu, on nije romovao nigdje drugdje. Ja kao Milio sam romovala na mid, na topu džunglu, da asistiram sa objektima, da dobijemo killove sa druge strane mape. I moj Lucian, znaš šta on radi? Pinguje men u fazonu help. Rekao šta da ti helpujem, ne možemo ubiti Siona, Bard je... Dobro, lijep fight, ima Jarvan ulti. Lijepo. Kako je lijep kombo na Paddock. I ništa, on mene pinguje. Kao, why you not here? I lost my lead. A jesi izgubio si lead jer dešuješ se u Siona. Šta očekuješ? Anyway, dobili smo game. Dobro, Jopa je... Ima flash. Neće flashovat? Čeka zid. Dobro. Mislim da je flashovat. Ne bi proživio, jedino da je otišao preko zida možda. Hello, Reggie. Sheo, blind dashuje. Gigačet. I onda stun. Stead je trebao da baci ovoga ranije cleanse. Ja inače kao iskusan Milio igrač sigurno igram bolje od njega.
Skeens held on to Cataclysm for a long time in that fight. Like Shifters maybe thought, oh, don't worry, it's okay. Ulti's already gone, but it catches them. Shifters, however, that kill in the bottom lane evens the playing field a little bit. All three grubs did go to SK, but the dragon stacking is really where it matters. Shifters looking towards the next in a minute 15.
Odvratan dem.
See the item point right now as Nuke, Scatter the Weak, going to catch him as well.
Nice trade.
Slowq doing good.
I mentioned a shotgun comp before, and that's a pretty vague term if you don't know what I'm talking
nice
about.
trade.
Now a shotgun comp is a team comp that does a lot of damage,
but
then has to reload. Like you gotta put your bullets back in the shotgun.
Yeah, so that's a shotgun. That is a shotgun.
So that's how SK's comp work. They have a lot of upfront damage, but if they don't kill someone on that upfront damage, they need to take a step back and play in waves. They gotta go 1, wait, 2, wait, 3. Meanwhile, Shifters.
Pa mislim vidjet ćemo.
Isn't a shotgun 1, 2? Wait.
I don't really know, but that's pretty much.
You should.
That's pretty much how their comp works. They really want to play off the CC from Mickey, from Skeens, from Slowq with those Scatter the Weaks.
Ovo će biti dugačak game. Nema flash. A šta? Ne može? CC? Joj. Da je samo kastova kad on.
Look at Slowq and look at Mickey. They don't want to give this over for free.
They're bringing in the Lord of Light. It's Mickey to clear out this ward. Slowq walking in as well. The zone control is immense as Nuke has to dash his way in, but a Scatter the Weak once again catching him by the toe.
Koliko Sindar smara, čovječ. Ništa da je od Drake.
I think Rooster might be calling it, and it's actually Shifters is going to back up now. Look, Paddock has no mana. Doesn't really want a team fight.
There you go. It's a big loss for Shifters. Dragon evened out. SK use their timing well. Mickey's going to
mislim, big loss Ocean Drake je. Što specijalno. Mounted Soul.
Yeah, still. I mean, it ended up with being the play from shifters, but not getting the kill on Joppa there, allowing him to get out, allowing him to reset and then walk back.
Iskreno, Mountain Soul će biti ovoga lijepog sin Korkija.
To walk up and use their timer to get his dragon. So, still a very even early game. Only 500 gold lead in favor of shifters.
And do you think, Finn, Joppa survived because of the MR buffs for 80 carries? Maybe that was why. Ignore that for the time being. Jokes aside, looks like a serious play towards mid. Abscond of Duck.
Burn, heal, ulti.
No orbs, the Silas. So he's not going to be able to execute slow Q, and he too walks away.
And again with so many great ultimates. I'm afraid
Ovo je onaj...
he's only going to get 3 orbs.
Kako se zove skinovi?
No executes happening. Slow Q walks it off. Didn't have the flash, looked a little bit scary.
Prestige.
But Mickey was there to cover in case they go.
Jel imaju oni u lecu ono da se displejuje ko ima koji skin ili ne? I zašto ne? Oni nešto brzo ovoga komplituju ove questove, ili se meni čini?
There are those buffs you're talking about, though. Good time to be a top laner, I think.
I mean,
Thunder Sky not on there, obviously, but these are the 3 main.
I don't think there's ever a good time to be a top laner.
Šta je ovo, peć note?
Professional victims here, but the main ones I look out for are the Eclipse buffs. A lot stronger as a first item now.
Dobro. Jel nisu nerfovali Black Cleaver? Što je sad buffuju?
I don't think the Gnar is gonna buy Eclipse, but he will maybe buy Cleaver later. And Rooster probably is gonna go for the...
Iskreno ne znam ni ove nove najke, evo to da vam kažem. Lijepo, ali nema ništa od toga. CC chainovanje nije ništa mogu. Oh, dobar Mickey flash. Flashovo je da Kaling ne može doći do Sindre, ali mislim Sindra je svakako umrla, ali opet lijepo od njega. Vjerovala sam u shifterse, ali SK tako lijepo odgovara na njihove engage-ive da je to nevjerovatno.
He feels strong to fight, but look where Shio is. He's so far away. He's 2 screens away, and he can't follow that. And the scatter the weak from slow Q completely stuns him and forces him to just run away right now.
Paddock comes in. Look, Finn, look at this angle. He's running right in with Joppa behind him.
Mickey's flash to block the calling. Out attack Paddock to set up the combo from Skeens. That was the mid or the
Kako se lijepo flashova mi. Kupio malo vremena, mislim. Ništa specijalno, ali realno Sindra mogla da preživi.
But it does feel like SK are kind of slightly inching out ahead in these plays, Finn. The decision making is looking good right now as Mickey looks top.
I mean, look, the Silas is the mold breaker in these team fights.
Breaks mold.
Sure. He needs to really find creative angles. He needs to go from a flank, pick up an R ult, pick up an Auto's ult, and dive together with Shio. He can't go in by himself because he does just fall a victim to the shotgun comp of SK. He's not tanky enough to survive a Syndra ult and a Jarvan combo if he's in there by himself.
Do you think HP changes that? Do you think a fed Silas changes that with a HP advantage?
Silas se baš ne provodi ovoga nešto lijepo u ovom gemu. A ja sam trebala ovoga staviti bet. Čeo? Nema flash. Ali, raspadaju se malo. Korki agresivno flashuje. Iza i opa iza tebe. Ma nema ništa toga. Kad je Ambesa bacila ulti? Iskreno smrfuju na njim.
They can walk up and get vision for themselves. But look, he's completely isolated. You have to remember, you're an enchanter.
Milio je jako dugo preživio, ali raketa je prošla. A Nuts, on ništa nije napravio. Opet nisam vidjela šta je bilo sam bez ulti.
The Milio dies and Paddock's like, how can play?
Yeah, how can?
And you said it before, it was like the identity of what Paddock wants to do in this comp versus the top side of the map. Well, the top side of the map are trying to find these angles, but the fight is not going well. SK moved to 2,000 gold in the lead. Dragon's now up. Pings are going down. Skeens in the environment. He's going to fly
Za sad ne ide im najbolje. Krenuli su lijepo i onda ih je samo i onda ih je samo SK outplayovao na engage-evima.
But yeah, Joppa now so ahead. Also slow Q scaling up on his Syndra.
You know what, Paddock? If you hit that, sir, you're in trouble.
Can we get a replay of who hit that blast gun? Someone sold Stan just someone just sold Stan.
Oh, that was crappy.
Ovo se meni desilo jednom.
Alright, well, that's a free kill and a free dragon.
And you see, the draft is an extension of yourself, Hysterics.
Dobro.
If you have a draft that lacks an identity, you'll see it on the players as well. They don't really know what the correct play is there. Some people want to go in.
Hoćemo dobiti replay koje je udario u blesku, nećemo. Hoćemo.
Let's have a look. Who? Was it Paddock?
Yeah.
Paddock! Oh my god.
Stinky. Okay. So, the world's burning for shifters. Now, Finn, it's your job. That's why you get.
Perak je rekao, evo ti kad si izinto.
Tell me how the hell this is recoverable when the Corky already has 2 items when we got a 2k gold lead for a lot of the range that navigates the space that you want to dive into and engage into.
Absolutely. I want to see shifters play more towards the side lane. I want to see Rooster or Nuke push out one of these waves. I'm gonna bring up the map right now.
Take me there. Where am I going?
I need to see
Inače ovoga Sajnu sam zaključala van stana, tako da ne može ući unutra. Ako čujete nešto da kuca, to je on. Miki? Dobro, flash, lijepo. Nije mogao reagirati.
I mean, they got halfway there. You know, you make a play on side. That means.
That was a good start.
Yeah, but then you need your mid laner or the guy in mid lane to play a little bit more careful there. I saw Paddock trading like a madman into the Fed Corky. It does end up going down 2 Skeens, which wasn't a fancy combo, fancy punish, but still, you want to trade gold. You need to have income somewhere. You need to trade sides.
True.
And shifters are doing that right now. They're sending it to the nuke.
Oni baš nemaju ovoga kontrolu mape uopće.
So you need an income source. As you said, let's look at the replay here and see how they're filling their books. This is probably the liability, isn't it?
Yeah, big rockets. Paddock is stepping way too far.
To je problem sa Lucian Milijom. Lucian ako nema Milija, nema ništa od njega.
You gotta give him that.
A Michael Jackson video clip, I've seen him, you know, like moonwalk exactly like that. Stretch line away, Mickey Izzy caught, Shell on the chase. A lot of damage here with Black Cleaver. Mickey could be in trouble, no one nearby. He's trying to dredge line, he's going to flash instead, cease and desist.
A jadan Mickey.
So he survives.
Skoro 2 puta da umre na isti način.
This is one of his trademark moves. To walk into enemy jungle, get chunked, flash out and then have to waste a little bit of tempo or recall. He's famous for it.
Dobro, iskreno Mickey, ono, uzbilji se, niste još dobili game. Jarvan ima ulti. Pa nema šanse. Op! Jedan HP. Ambesa ga želi. Ko je postoji ovo? Mickey vjerovatno. Jako lijepo.
And SK is going to be put on a killing spree. That was deep from shifters, I respect it, but it probably cost them the game.
I mean, that's the thing, you want to fight on the side.
Pa nema šanse. Nema šanse da se oni vrate.
And they thought, okay, the Cork is going to the side wave. If we all send it on him, surely he must die, right? Surely he will go down.
Cork je dobio svoje iteme.
No, they didn't have the damage, they didn't have the gold. They were in depth from before.
Replay number 6.
Yeah, so Shio sends it completely. But then Bessa is not here, so the only
Šeo ono ide ko da sutra ne postoji.
Doesn't get Narwhal, he gets the Jarvanaut, which isn't really the one you want in these exchanges. Paddock sends it completely, tries to get the kill back.
Mislim, bar je dobio shutdown na Jopu, ali...
That ward completely making all hopes of shifters be null and void.
just a realization at this point, I think.
Oh my god.
Well, it's 5,000 gold, and you know this one does feel like it's pretty getting close. close towards over,
Yeah.
Finn.
So 21 minutes into the game, a 5k goal lead for SK as now
Nuc.
they're the ones.
Ne može ništa.
Yep.
Yeah.
And what were you saying?
Okay, I said almost a 6k goal lead for SK.
Yeah.
As they are the ones in the driver's seat right now. They're playing for the side waves. Mickey put down vision for Shloki in the bot lane. Now he's rotating up here, defending his own vision. So playing the map very well, very mindful, very demure by SK in this mid game. And yeah, it feels like shifters. We talked about it before. The identity.
Iskreno da nemaju Silasa na midu, život bi im bio malo lakši.
And then the Silas Vi and the Ambessa, they don't really want to do the same thing.
Yeah.
So if they can concentrate, maybe they just the Ambessa, the Vi, and Silas on the side lane and try to pick people off SK that are isolated, playing with numbers.
Because, I mean, they don't have a problem setting a Finn, you know, as we've seen.
No,
they don't have a problem setting. It's about the
quite competent at that.
competent about when they send it, though, and how they follow up, I think, is the next bit, isn't it? And as you said, we've been pretty critical on shifters. I don't think we were from the start of the day, but to be fair, we've been
Ja ne vidim
critical
kako
on both
oni
these teams.
preokreću
They're
ovo.
definitely fighting their way out of the hole right now when
Koji im je...
Worlds is a top 6 situation to run towards
Koji im je win? On, mislim, ne mogu kontestovat Drake-a, oni će dobiti Sol. Mountain Sol je što ono, kao okej. Ali oni ne mogu proći. Ne mogu proći Jarvana, ne mogu proći Nara, ne mogu proći Nautilusa. Korki i Syndra imaju free DPS pozadnje. A Nuc, on nema range, on ne može doći do njih. To je najveći problem.
And it's even in Vitality, you could say it, even though it was a 2-0 from Vitality, like game 1 was close. Game 1 was actually SK's.
Yeah.
It was only because they threw away, because they overstepped for vision, as you were talking about for Mickey, for the classic in this game. The overstep for vision.
So you have to be careful here, Rooster. You can't defend this tower. I know you want to defend this tower, but you cannot.
The next play has to be Rooster into the wall, done exactly
Rooster.
like that. Yoppa gets over said wall. Turret's gonna drop. Rooster is dead. He will not survive. He wanted to defend, but Herald she has a fake charge.
Pa dobro. Rooster koji ja na topu kad hoću defendovat kulu, a nema šanse da je defenda. Komituju. Ima ulti. I lijep stun. Oni ne rade damage.
And all but 2 left through this mid lane play. A flag, a drag, Stend, no flash. He is dead. Boomerang to help out. Kill given over to Wonder. And SK are making fun.
Good night, Sweet Prince, then. He can only stand there and watch us. It's a 3-0 in favor of SK. 3 dragons in the bag, now looking towards the purple worm. Now Dracos, Hysterics.
Holy.
What Baron is that?
I don't look like Priest Eminem. What the hell?
What Baron is that? Hysterics?
Clean game od SK.
That looks like territorial.
No, that's a hunting Baron.
Is it? I didn't see the horn.
We'll see this again. As it's Shield trying to find a cross map as Rooster just went down. But
Slowq nije paničio, čače koje cooldownove. Jako pametno je odigrao.
You've seen it so many times. Syndra just pressing the fun button on the enemy AD carry just shuts him down as well. Wunder is there to cover it as well. And yes, then what are you gonna do, eh?
I can't believe you call me Dracos.
What are you gonna do, eh?
What the hell you call me Dracos? How do you? We don't even.
Pozdrav.
What? Like I don't rap. I don't have Harry high pants on all the time.
Am I in trouble?
Flash away, Meganar.
Flash ult.
From Nuke. This is what we wanted to see.
Dobro, Meganar.
Meganar though. No one else is here on the map.
Lijep dodge. Nema backup. Oni su poslali troje gore. Ulti. Ali njihova baza. Ajme, poslali su troje na top. I dali su 2 inhibitora. Ovo se ne smije dogoditi. Ovo je kod solo queue. Strašno, ovo neće biti ni 30 minuta game. I gore imaju otvoreni inhibitor. Oni su bacili 3 ulta gore. 2 ulta. Oni ovo ne mogu da brane. Nemaju damage-a. Flash. Lijepo. Wow. Iskreno, clean su odigrali, svaka im čast.
And Shao, as he's last to drop, it'll be next.
To je to, lijep game.
SK obliterate Shifters in game 1.
Don't count your chickens before they hatch, and look to the sidelines to make a catch. Marcus Aurelius, as it is SK.
Clean game od SK.
In this game 1.
Wise words, Finn. Let's see. Mickey X, what do you got to
Ide
say
intervju
after
malo
game 1?
i vraćamo se za 5 minuta.
Because I think that was a Mickey Nautilus masterclass. What got into you today?
Well, I think the draft was quite favored for us, and yeah, they were kind of just misplaying a lot in fights and I guess all over the game. So yeah, I didn't have to do much. I felt like I was kind of just there pressing my point and click buttons, and that was it.
Yeah, we're gonna look at some replays. I think he did more than that, but Joppa, he was great again. He always is great, but his positioning early game. Are you gonna have a talk with him?
Yeah, well, the stinker. Yeah, I'm gonna have a strong, stern word with him.
I'll let you do that because it's necessary. But yeah, I think he's underselling it a bit. I think his Nautilus was pretty cracked, guys.
Yeah, I agree. I also think there's going to be some fanfics written about Mickey having a stern word with Joppa.
Especially the delivery.
The way
really.
he presented that. Oof.
Yeah.
Oh, we get some light as well.
Wow. I mean, that reminded me of like the good old days of Mickey Nautilus, you know. What are we posing here? This is very close.
Just listening.
Yeah, no, but it's just like when you think of Mickey at his best, for me at least, I have trauma from playing against his Nautilus when G2 were so dominant back in 2023. Hansama playing the Draven, I get hit by every Mickey hook, it's just unplayable. It looked a bit like that, to be honest, so.
Yeah. I think as well, Shifters did themselves no favors. Like, let's not pretend that they had a perfect game. They had some okay moments at the start. Mostly Mickey getting caught out and Joppa getting caught out. But after that, they never seemed to actually be coordinated in how they wanted to start fights. And it was always playing to the beat of SK's drum rather than trying to drum up a tune themselves.
Jake called it problems with their own identity in the game. Mickey also just called out that he did think they had the better comp, and you looked at it holistically as well, right? So those are two things that I think, okay, well, it's very hard to play the game to begin with. I mean, can that excuse some of the things we saw?
I like the Shifters comp. I can see why Mickey liked his comp as well, because it's a very comfortable Nautilus game. He has a lot of targets that he can hook and disrupt. But I feel like you get Vi, Ambessa, Silas with good ultimates.
Good.
You know, you have such a strong top side, so much skirmishing power. We just never really saw that get to fruition. And I think when Lucian falls behind, Milio is then not going to do anything. It's such an easy target. So I feel like we didn't get to see the best light of this draft, and I don't go away walking away from this game thinking, oh, this was a draft game.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. That's true. It's true. About a couple of those fights, we want to take a look at, I think, the 14-minute river fight. There's immediately one after that as well, where I think Mickey was underselling it a little bit because his coordination with his jungler medic was really good in this game.
So this first fight is kind of the first major skirmish of the game. Mickey actually plays it really well. Waits for the depth charge to come out and then re-depth charge onto Nuke to allow this engage. It's kind of indicative of things to come as well. I'm not sure what Shao is doing, stepping side to side. They think that they can obviously find the re-engage, but Mickey again with a good flash to block the culling. You can't step side to side like that into a Nautilus, because he will just walk up to you and auto-attack you. Like, it's one of those, I'm trying to dodge a skill shot, but maybe they were thinking about the re-engage and Mickey outplays them there as well.
I mean, that flash was just gorgeous, though, because it looks up Paduk as well and shuts down the carries from Shifters. It's like, I don't know, you can't ask for Mickey to do anything more in that fight, and it just looked like Shifters were so unprepared. We also have was it like 1 minute after, the next fight after, that I think Mickey again shows his muscle really on the support role very well here. So we're watching this fight from Shifters POV, and you can kind of understand why it's so hard for Sten to play. So you can just play it out. Like Sten right now, it looks pretty safe, right? He has pretty decent vision. He sees Mickey going over the wall with the Blackout, and if you pause right now, that fact that Mickey went over baited Sten and Shao to think this is completely fine. But then Mickey just hex flashes back over again with his jungler. They shut them down, and the fight is just pretty much unplayable.
It almost feels entirely premeditated.
Yeah.
Because like Mickey, as soon as he lands from the blast cone, is like, I'm hex flashing back across this wall. Is spotted by Shao. Like, this is the sort of thing that Mickey brings to teams that we so often praise him for, but we so often see the int as well, that people forget that he does stuff like this. This is an incredibly well-coordinated play from SK, and it really does begin to break the game open for them. They manage to get the kills, and then they can turn it around and get pressure in topside, pressure in mid. It becomes very difficult for Shifters to play the game.
Yeah, I haven't seen SK play in summer. They weren't there week 1, then I was gone. They're just cracked.
Yeah, so they're cracked every other series.
Okay.
So you know how Hilly used to be the coin flip merchant, and then it kind of passed on to Mickey. SK are now the coin flip merchants, right? They can play really well, they did against G2, or they can be absolute doo-doo. And here, it seems today, we have woken up with an SK that are on the right side of the coin.
Is that be for the whole series?
I wonder if shifters are close to collapse. Because like this 20-minute fight where they tried to chase down Yoppa, it's just like you're watching it and it feels like a bad solo queue game where everybody kind of knows the game is like lost, but it's like, please guys, at least get one kill. Like, please, we've already burned 5 flashes, 4 ultimates, 3 people dead. Can we kill Yoppa? Let's go! Paduk flashing 1v5!
Yeah, when Paduk flashes in, you know it's kind of doomed.
Like, this is not a shifters that, to me, that are like, okay, we're 4,000 gold down, but we can play towards our strong top side, make picks. They're just like, one play. Send it. If we lose, we lose. And I don't think that's a team that's going to make playoffs in the LEC and maybe not even be able to beat like the 10th place.
Fast forward 50 minutes, they crush game 2. Jack's like, they are in pole position to make it to place. We'll see. Hey, we can only judge what we see, right?
Yeah, it's a results-based analysis, but that's what we've got to judge off, right? Like, Nuke said things behind the stage were going well, and small mistakes can cost you a lot. We saw that in this game. Like, small mistakes cost them a lot. The fight on the bot side river, not seeing the fog of war, and then Yoppa so very willing to capitalize on the mistakes coming out of shifters.
And those 2 deaths, they were just early when he was being a little bit greedy with his pathing.
And that one where they sent 5 people at him, which is understandable.
I gave him too much of a hard time, I think. I hope Mickey isn't giving him too hard time.
Yoppa's an absolute beast. Yeah. Best player on the team, in my opinion, probably through spring and now as well. Like, he is so consistent. It's so good to see a player of his tenure in the league have so much confidence in himself. And the team is obviously setting him up well to do that when you have veterans like Wonder and Mickey who can allow you that freedom. It's great, but Yoppa's a guy to watch for many years to come.
And their stability in the mid lane now, right? Also, if you think maybe there'll be some growing pains here and there, Syndra is, of course, one of the best picks for slow queue. But the fact that you don't have to worry about that, like, honestly, we worried about it a lot when Leader was there, right?
Yeah, because all the resources went mid. Like, it was a hole of resources.
Bye-bye, slow queue, bye-bye. Yeah. We go mid.
But slow queue playing incredibly well. As you say, 17-3 all-time now on the Syndra.
Yeah. Very good job regurgitating those stats, because I couldn't remember. So I'm glad that you actually read the notes. But game 2 is coming up next, and we'll see if SK can keep it going.
I have Paduk, guys. I hate this guy.
Why?
No, I actually like him, but I just didn't please him. I didn't see him. I was like, what?
Me do not think my Yetis.
He didn't do?
He did.
No way.
Sad Paduk.
Paduk, actually. He was waiting, like he was looking at me like this, you know? And then I just left. Look at myself,
Okay. How many dashes does he have? Care about the blast combos. Everyone stand there. I'm blocking it. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Good one.
We have to die with Nash. It's like kind of like tradition at this point, so.
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother? Perfection.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
Nah, it's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna.
And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
Heavy is the head that the crown sits on. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him astray, then tip him off axis. I was in a Renegade beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions. Heavy is the head that the crown sits on. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like organs. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realised all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked till my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking. Yeah, I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling this so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in a cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way I had to grow, get it together whatever.
Big thank you to Medic as we go cold into game number 2.
Evo nas nazad u game broj 2. Ja mislim, moja predikcija bit će 2-0, jer SK je samo odigrao jako clean. Shifters nije imao ono što im je potrebno.
But they didn't really find much. They got a really good trade level 1, but that's pretty much where they peaked in the game. So going into game 2, what I look at for team shifters is give me a composition with an identity.
Možda će sad imat bolji draft.
What your team wants to do and then execute it on it. You don't need to overcomplicate things. Simplify. You want to engage? Go engage. You want to poke? Go poke. But just commit to one idea. And I think
evo vam predikcije otvorene.
that looks a little bit more put together.
One idea, one shifters, one game win. Let's go.
Wonderwall.
First pick is going to be on red side here for shifters. And the biggest question I have is, are they going to pull out this Shen? Is it really still there? Are we going to see Olaf? Are we going to see any of the things that on 26
Iskreno,
were still there?
čekam Olafa.
Looking higher than they already were.
We'll see what happens with Poppy first, because Poppy was banned in game 1 very early, has been permabanned, but it goes through the draft. And with an Olaf ban already happening, I think at least SK is eyeing the Poppy. But as shifters, are you the ones that's gonna take it away? Have you practiced with Poppy on the new patch?
Then you have
or
to.
are you gonna abstain? They're gonna go for the Victor first pick, which is good. It's a flexible champion, can go both for Prak and Nuke. But
Poppy surely, I mean...
Znači sad kad ja stavim predikciju na SK, znate da će shiftersi dobiti.
especially with the support priority that has now changed a little bit, but still exists. Finn, Poppy, and One.
I mean, this could be a trap set by Shifters. Shifters could
Mislim,
set a trap for them to
neću
pick the
staviti,
Poppy
evo
and then
iskreno.
just draft a very good anti-Poppy comp. You know, long range, no dashes, just double control mage.
Really?
We'll see, because SK doesn't really seem to go. Poppy did get hit on this patch, just a little bit. But taking away a few of her lovely stats. But it's a Seraph! Okay, baby!
Šta?
That is Zerath bot,
Okay.
That's bot, right?
I rated. Yeah, it could be mid as well. I think they're matching...
Ok, Zerata nisam vidjela da se pikuje.
That has made some waves over on the Korean peninsula. And has really
Sviđa mi se.
over there, so finally it comes to Europe as well. We'll see if it's slow Q or Droppa that pulls it out, but really exciting pick. As I don't know when the last time I saw a Seraph here in Europe. Probably like Humanoid played it a bit back in the days as an Azir answer.
What was the response for it? It was like for Azir.
Da li je SK previše koki? Vidjet ćemo.
Counter range with even longer range.
Yeah, the biggest range.
Ajoj, Bard.
Shifters countered out with even more range of the Rumble Equalizer. So
Jo, pa Zerat. Vjeruješ?
And we're seeing a Shifters comp that's more focused on laning and team fighting. Now, I see a lot of champions that have a lot of damage, a lot of AoE damage. What they lack right now is some really good setup. Sure, they had the Tempered Fates. Bard can lock down the carries of SK, but they really want some CC from their jungler, or at least some skirmish power. I'm thinking...
Jako čudno, sad sam otišla na telefon da stavim predikciju na SK. Ne piše mi da je stream live.
I assume it's gonna be a Kali mid and Seraph bot, and the Seraph will go to drop up, but could also be a Kali top, you never know. As it was picked into Rumble, a Kali into Rumble is a pretty good matchup, something that Mirren used to play a lot here.
A Kali?
As we head into the bans for 5. We didn't really talk about the Pantheon.
Gdje pik?
Pantheon is one
Šta?
of the rising prio junglers here in our dig at least, because, hey, turns out if you can just ult to any play, it can be pretty damn useful.
You can make numbers advantage, yeah. Okay, what are your options? They're getting rid of some further range to maybe combat and pair with what is already Zerath and maybe some of the dive of Akali. Where else do SK go is a question. They banned Tristana here.
I mean, the easy, because there are still flex picks up and available.
Akali je pikovo. Samo mislim da ne radi im grafika, ne znam. Mislim, jedino zašto znam da je pikovo Akali je zašto su casteri rekli. Sad, da li je pikovana ili ne znam.
When you put him on a support with CC, with engage, I'm going towards the Rel for Mickey. I'm looking towards Rel, Alistar, any kind of engage champion. Even a Nico could be really good for him.
I think the only problem I see right now is SK might have some trouble playing a 2v3 into Shifters. Like, a little bit unfair. Obviously, we're going to bring that draft back up for you. And all jokes aside, as I said before, it is Akali.
Eto, potvrdili su Akalije.
4v5. Invisible champion, missing no, and it is the Akali. There you go. Oh, look at the overlay. Oh, hot damn. Okay, alright, production, show off a bit.
Dobro, Rel.
Okay, no Rel, no Alistar.
Camille. Klasika. Bar Camille.
Is so happy right now that Camille is still being played.
Fortuna ima bolju produkciju. Ima, slažem se. Jedina stvar ovoga što bi ja voljela je da stave win-lose gore u toku gejma, samo da ljudi znaju ko je bolji tim. Poppy nije banovana. Malo SK baca disrespect sa Zeratom i sa tim što nisu uzeli Poppy. Do duše sviđa mi se Jhin. Ali kako Jhin igra u Zerata?
The Camille lockdown together with the Pantheon is something that can really easily lock him down when he gets level 6.
Do it. Give me Camille top. Oh, it's Camille top. Oh, our game is thriving.
Da? Oh.
No, it's not. Shut up, Finn. You said it before. Camille top. Poppy gonna come into the jungle. This is glorious. This is evolution.
Ovo će biti interesantan game. Iskreno. Jer čekam da uđemo u game, vidimo kako će se odviti situacija. I ja mislim da je SK malo baca disrespect na shifterse. Vidjet ćemo hoće od gamea ili ne. ali jako zabavan draft, svakako. Neočekivano.
Other side, shifters, team fights.
Okay.
Rumble, not a very good side laner against either Camille or Akali.
True.
Victor, also very vertical on the side lane. Shifters need to group up. They need to use their lanes to stack dragons and force SK to group into team fights. Because SK, they can't play 1-3-1 if there's a potential dragon soul in favor of shifters. So shifters has to play disciplined, use their pushing lanes to secure some early dragons, and really force SK to group into them so they can't just run the side lanes with their Pantheon, Akali and Camille.
Ne znam, bit će jako teško za Gina bilo šta radit. Mislim, okej, ima on svoj ulti. Ali imaju Zerata, čovječe. On može samo baciti counter ulti na tebe. Ne znam, jako sviđa mi se. Baš mi se sviđa ovaj game.
For Shifters Game 2 draft.
Definitely a lot easier, and I think the Poppy is such a draft saver for them. I think if they didn't have this Poppy pick, the draft would be really difficult to execute on. But now Shio, he can just kind of play the bouncer.
Poppy je ono super u Akali.
And make sure nothing is happening, you know? He's just showing up, hey, anything going on here? And everyone is gonna be like, no, we're just chilling. We're just laning, we're just farming, getting some creeps here and there. Meanwhile, over in SK, we'll see how top lane goes early. I would love if we can pan the camera over to top side in the early laning phase.
He likes top.
Because Rooster has Ignite. Wunder has TP. Now you see Wunder has went for Grasp and Sorcery. That's a Scorch.
Classic bar gameplay.
What they changed for Camille is now her
Imate još 2 minuta.
low cooldown level 1. So you're basically just trying to chip down the Rumble over
A Wunder
to
zna.
W
Zna šta
and
ga
set
čeka.
up a potential eventual all-in. Stan is on a ward, yeah, you're spotted out there. Let's see what happens bot now, because Rooster is gonna get pushed, has started the harpoons.
Pa nema šta, bot zonu Eugene ne može doći do creepova. To.
And the top lane matchup will be quite slow. Camille doesn't really want to trade into Rumble early. And Rumble just wants to basically use his scrap shield, his W, to block the Camille.
Ovako je meni bilo na botu kad sam ja imala Barda support. Igrala sam normalno supporta i Vade Carrya koji je bio mage. Ista situacija, stojim ispod tureta, ne mogu doći do creepova. Za divno čudo imala sam poprilično isti CS koji i Quay, iako su me zonovali.
Yeah, the problem with Camille is that she's a fantastic side laner, a fantastic team fighter, but her lane has always been very, very weak. So sometimes it's hard to pick her and actually get to that position safely that you are so strong in. But now, when you can just W them off cooldown, it's a, 12-second cooldown level 1. You can just constantly use that to kind of keep control of the laning phase, because the problem with Camille was that a few years back, they made top lane wider. The walls are way further away when you're in the middle of the wave.
Yeah, where the wall's gone.
Yeah, so it's really difficult to find hook shots on the enemy top laner. Look how open this is.
It's too open.
It's really difficult for him to find a hook shot onto the Rumble in this position. So what you do, you can only really trade with W like we saw there, but then he gets eaten by the scrap shield. So I do have Rooster favored in the 1v1.
Okay.
It's really on Pantheon level 6 that things are going to start getting explosive.
Well, let's see. For now, he's level 4 in the river. He's just taken Scuttle. Behind enemy lines is Sheo. Slow already got weak from the trade.
Ne znam da je tu.
Out now, Sheo's found out. Jungler's going to 1v1. Skeens just gets him off the mid lanes back. Flash away. Worried
Dobro.
about that shove.
Respect ovaj flash.
Yeah, also Rooster was moving first from the top side. If he can just walk up, ignite, get Nimbus cloak active and try to run him down with harpoons. Your flash is already, that will not save you there, so use it early, gets out, quite a good call. But now, Joppa!
All in as well into Paddock.
Da, zabavan botlane. Mislim da nemaju damage. Jako lijepo. Nema mane. Oh, flashovo je. Jao.
Shifters on 2. Skeens now trying to get the kill back. Finally gets something back.
Nije uspio.
Denied. A passage of play from the bottom lane that Shifters styled on.
Because I want to get these junglers out of here, as it's a super aggressive play from Joppa to set up. I haven't seen Seraph in LSC in 2 years, and I've never seen a Seraph make a play like this.
Koliko unlucky. Mislim, nije imao cooldownove.
See how close it is, but they lack the damage. He has went for the TP. Nima Jin has the ghost, Bard has the heal, and really blocks that play. Joppa doesn't have the damage. Maybe didn't know the damage numbers quite as well. And keep in mind, Seraph's stun becomes longer for the further it travels. That was almost a melee range stun, so he really got out of that stun really fast.
0.75 for the base level, which is, you know, melee, as you said.
But Skins is there to cover, picks up the kill
Dobro.
and sets himself up for that early
Shifters imaju priliku vratiti vratit se u seriju.
That's where he's in danger. As the middle matchup, we haven't really talked
Zabavan game, sviđa mi se. Treba biti više ovakvih. A ne da farmaju do 12. minute i onda da igraju za objektive. Ruke na ruke. Bite se.
Let's take a stock of what happened here.
Yeah, stock. I love stock. Tell me, where are you going to start first?
Joppa is in a tough spot now.
Yeah.
He's down 300 gold. He doesn't have flash on Seraph. And you really want to get that lost chapter, because the moment that Joppa gets lost chapter, he can then just wave clear by himself quite safely, and Mickey can just leave him. And he can just clear wave, clear wave, clear wave. And we're gonna see the supports kind of get out of this lane, and I think that the battlefield will not be bot. It will be top and mid, especially top. So I think both, you see already, Mickey is opening here. Stent is running here. They are trying to get up their ASAP, because Pantheon won a camp from level 6. Shio goes in.
No wall. 5-point strike doing some damage. Sheo tagged out. Good kiting away from the poppy. Shio can flip out. Slowq just paces himself. Skeens looking for level 6 here to man drop on, well, really anywhere, and just get that little advantage. Grubs up in 1 minute 50, but top still continues to be the prize here. With Rooster once
Dobro, Rumble se prvi rotira. Dobar stun. Mickey mora ovdje umret. SlowQ. Lijep shuriken.
Shuriken flip, not back in, no, he's going to hold on. Wonder, running away from the Electro Harpoon. For now, it is a 1-for-1 with Mickey versus Sheo being the kills.
That was nice from SlowQ. He follows the portal and then ults through him back into safety in the Baron Pit. It's a 1-for-1. Jungle for support traded, but now Wonder, are you aware that there's a Bard in your peripheral top lane? Okay, we're going to rewatch this fight. Nothing's going to happen there. Starts with Shio, looking for this fight. But look at how much value he gets from his W here. He doesn't get the initial block, but now Wonder wants
Ovo bi bilo jako loše za Shifterse da se kao Milo rotirala na vrijeme. Ali iskreno, Shiftersi, kako su odigrali prvi game, ovaj game je previše blizu. I evo vam bot lane. Fair. Fair game. Kao šta? Šta radiš tu kao AD carry? Samo pustiš ruke od tastature, od miša, legneš u stolicu, u fazonu si, ubite me, ajde šta sad.
And gets a bit of movement speed, but Wonder matches that as well, sweeps him down. He's slow. Mickey's going to remount shortly, get the movement speed, and another shattering strike down. A flame spitter overheating, but adaptive defense has come in clutch as Mickey snipes the kill.
And Mickey, he didn't need to take the kill. You could have given it to Wonder, but still, fantastic move from Mickey. Great punish. Rooster going way too far up, not respecting the timer of Mickey, but now Wonder.
Magical journey. Wonder wants to push out in top lane. He's going to find the wave eventually. Flash forward. Cosmic Binding not finding its mark. Hookshot, wallshot, takes the turret shot in the process as well. And Paddock is waiting behind his own turret to snipe the kill. Adaptive defense is giving him a bit of time, but Paddock 4 shots Wonder after the shield is done.
Koliko je Wunder tankovo. Mislim, dobro, G nema iteme, ali kao.
Bloody early game. We compared to game 1. It was a very slow game. No dragons
Zabavan game.
have been taken yet to Sterix. And what did we say? We wanted shifters to take early dragons to force SK to group into them.
Did we say that?
Yeah, I mean, I said it.
You said it, okay.
I said it, yeah. They haven't really gotten any dragons yet. So the worry I have right now for shifters is that SK can just make side lane plays very aggressively, and there's a long time until the soul point. They don't really have to come into the meat grinder that is the shifters comp just quite early.
So they're, you know, right now SK can keep being vegetarians, that's fine.
I mean, they can be vegetarians. My eyes are always on this ability right here. I'm gonna put this small circle over it. Every single time this Pantheon ult is ready, that Grand Starfall, I think it's called. Maybe they changed it with the rework. It used to be called Grand
Starfall, I think, because I keep thinking of Skyfall.
Yeah. Grand Starfall on Pantheon is really their main playmaker. Whether it's attacking the Rumble, it's attacking the Jhin. That's really how they make plays. Well, when you are here, there is a Poppy that can block you.
Šta Wunder da radi u Rumble?
He's smelling a Yordle in the river right now.
Dobro, vidjeli su Poppy na topu. Komitu i na Dragona. Traduju. Doduše, da li traduju? Wunder nema flash. Ima ulti. Za 3 sekunde. Lijep. CC chain, baš.
Hey, turns out Poppy's pretty good into Camille, huh? What? Who would have thought?
Not me. First time hearing about it.
Good cross map by Shio.
2 sekunde mu je bilo na ultu.
Walk a little bit further behind the wait for a TP from Slowq or Mickey to.
Ali ne vjerujem da bi ga spasilo jer on je bio chainovan.
Dying as Camille like this sucks because she needs gold. Camille, she doesn't do well. She's a little bit. What is it? She's a bit bougie, you know,
bougie. Really wants to buy, you know, the expensive stuff.
Yeah, she's bougie.
I mean, Trinity Force is a nice item.
It's pricey, yeah.
It is, yeah.
She's an aristocrat in Piltover, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Pretty sure she is.
Going mid.
All in again. Yuke's got no mana, by the way.
Pa dobro, to je free kill, on nema mane.
Stun will come up, a spear to follow, and Wunder really wanted the kill.
Give Wunder some gold, man! Give him some kills!
He's just going to have to go to Marketplace and get a second-hand handbag.
A nice little handbag for Wunder. No, he's really trying to get to his
Iskreno, treba će mi neka energija nakon ovog gejma. Odlučila sam raskopat cijeli dnevni boravak i nisam završila raspremanje. Tako da umjesto popodnevnog spavanca vidio. Šta mislimo o Zeratu? Jel mislimo da se vraća, jel mislimo da je doomed?
And then just wait for him to do another full clear and then have his ultimate backup available. You have to make side lane fast, or fast plays on side. Make sure you pick off these squishy characters. Joppa,
šta se desilo?
Remember, he slows himself when he charges that Q.
Dobro.
Makes it so easy for Sten to find Tempered Fate onto him, lock him down, and he makes a cute little...
Lijepo je dođe ovo Jhin ulti, ali... I flash od Poppy da lokinuje. Clean. Puno bolje igraju sad nego onaj prvi game.
Rooster and Wunder going at it. There is no Tempered Fate. Locket has been picked up by Sten, by the way, and I quickly, Finn, want to talk about items. Even though we're not at objective points yet, first Gunblade, we've got Yopper as well with Luden's Echo.
Pantheon još malo ima ulti. Gledat će za neki play. Šta je to, 15 sekundi? Igraju oko topa, što je okej. Čovječe, koji damage.
Behind Wunder, and this is the problem with Poppy. She's really good at diving. Because if you have a champion that can just push in the wave uncontested, if you're standing under the tower, it makes it really easy for Poppy to land that heroic charge.
Evo ga, ulti. Flash. Ništa od toga. 1 HP, ali umire tu. Ili? Dobro, okej. Ja sam... Bard sa loketom. Koliko je on kupio vremena. Zerat ulti. On ne mogu biti popit. Nažalost. Flash. Lijepo je Jopa sačekao da pogodi stan. Na stanovanu metu. I Wunder dobija kill napokon. Iskreno trebali su ostaviti Jopi. Ovo je bio free kill i onda je došao Bard i rekao je stani, polako. Si ti taj shield? A i Viktor ultio vradio jako puno damage. But look here, Wunder just ease straight onto the Poppy. Sometimes when you play Poppy into Dash Champion, you know the take on Dash on you, so sometimes you forget to W, just because you don't expect them to do it.
Because you think they're never going to do it, because they're scared of it.
So Wunder just did it, he just eat onto the Poppy, he doesn't block it, and ends up not really getting anything with that steadfast presence, and just gets ran down here. Azera dobije 2-3 killa, ne znam ako će uzeti Dark Seal, nastakuje i samo baca ult.
Laptop, or maybe the game he thinks is done. I mean, gold is even. Second dragon is up. Tempered Fate going to be on Yoppa again. Stun doesn't connect, and now that shocking orb's down. Deadly Flourish going to connect under a tower that's basically dead. Mickey saves the day, though! And so does Skeeve! Baby! Protect the god of thunder. Yoppa's going to survive while slow Q. We look towards bottom lane. He's going to be ganked. Shared coming in. Nuke as well. The lasers down, the damage enough. There is no shroud to save his life. Shared's going to put him up, send him into the sky. Pantheon ult coming in. Whoa, no, it's right of the arcane. They look similar, those textures. But Wonder is TPing. He's here with a Hextech ultimate on Nuke's face. He will get stunned up, but he's already done the damage. Mickey gets the
Kuret ima 2 HP-a. Kakva fiesta. Sviđa mi se. Ovo, clean Wunder. Hello, Mata.
I said that Wunder can only play Gnar, pretty much. Paraphrased. He's styling on shifters on this Camille. It's like we're back in 2019, baby.
Oh, 2019.
I mean, Wunder, what a performance. Navigating that fight so well. The patience that you need to play Camille.
Meni i dalje nije jasno kako Jopa nema ni jedan kill. I zašto mu ne ostavljaju killove? To ti je carry.
But Mickey with the Hex Flash and Skins with the real Flash just means they have more people. That's a 2 versus 3. Shield was not in his play at all. He was way too far away.
Wunder. Wunder je odlučio da da kill i da da Drakea. Dobro. A reći ćemo da je to bilo slučajno. Misklik u portal.
That's on me. That's on me. And he's yeah, Wunder, that was not where you wanted to be. Goes into the wall versus Bard Pop. I mean, Bard Pop is a nice combo because the moment you're in that wall, you get a double stun.
Oh,
the Pop is stun into the Bard Q or the other way around.
Into the W, into the do I have ult, and then Deadly Flourish. So
yeah, SK gives over the dragon. We'll try to make a cross map once again.
A kapiram da su uzeli Zerata na botu jer znaju da su bolji. Doduše malo im je backfireovalo. Vjerovatno su htjeli imati zanimljiviji game. Jer onaj prvi su stompovali, ono nije bilo ni blizu.
I mean, I don't think Seraph needs
he doesn't have boots right now. But everyone else, surely.
Definitely is a matter of taste for the Akali. I don't think Akali should go Mercs this game.
I mean, she's already gone it. That's everyone else I'm asking you about.
I mean, yeah, then we're good.
A matter of taste, really.
Yeah, I mean,
they're like in a restaurant, not everyone's ordering the steak, are they?
Yeah, I mean, some people just like the lobster more. Some people really like those Sork shoes that are upgraded. But yeah, the Mercs are really strong in the mid lane. Got a little bit nerfed this patch. I think 5 MR was taken away from them, but still, if it's the best choice, you're gonna buy them.
Okay. I had to ask because again, from what
Wunder.
we've seen, maybe it will save some lives, but maybe it's pointless.
Wunder će opet uzeti Magic Journey u enemy team i umret. Kolapsa nuca. Dobar Bard ulti.
is halted. Hextech ultimatum as well from Wonder. Meanwhile, Show
Wunder.
gets sent on back. That's the three-man from Mickey. Wonder getting out. Storm almost there, but a hook shot, wall shot will save his life. Skeen slowed down a little bit here, the edge of the storm.
Dolaziš in.
It's Paddock who's in river, fighting for his life while Yopper looks at the stun. It's going to be dodged away from Mickey, gets the shattering strike. Right of the arcane is down, so Yopper can only press his Q button. Puts an eye down once again.
Evo ga, Akali. Da malo očisti.
Strike as well. Into the choke, flash has been burned. Everyone's used everything. Stun out yet again, and shattering strike won't connect from Mickey to disengage. It's SK going back on in and Skeen trying to find some.
Pantheon je prejak. Okreću se na njega. Dobro. Shiftersi. Svi su bolji nego Robi. Ne pričamo o Robiju.
SK is trying to force fights on the side waves, but Shifters are matching it. Shifters is matching them on the side waves. Going for the 5v5, you see how much damage they have.
Sviđa mi se ovaj prvi game. Shifteri su rekli, evo vam, uzmite, sad se bore. Možda je SK malo trojluje, ali nema veze, vidi.
I'm gonna be completely honest. I think they thought that together with the Seraph right of the Arcane, they can make a quick pick on the side wave. But now the fight just completely degenerates. I thought that Skeens was really strong in this fight. I thought he would be the one to step up.
Iskreno, ja ne znam kako ih SK nije ubio ovdje. Kao...
missed that shuriken after the R flash, kind of forced him to go in and lasted that pick, and he didn't really have any juice left in the tank right now. You see, Stanley flashes out, and here I think he chooses the wrong target with his Q. He should just kill Rooster, but Rooster with a slick backstep survives that angry Spartan man.
And Nuke untouched during the whole fight. He got a good Chaos Storm down, he got good positioning on the gravity field. Nuke 1,000 kills off the back of that as well. Great timing. 4-3 on this Victor with the largest gold disparity out of anyone on Summoner's Rift right now. That's 2 and a bit items here. With the Shadow Flame on the way for third.
A Victor je odvratan hero.
Shifters might have some legs in this series.
Ali 12-12. Htjeli su show i dali su nam show. Evo ga opet, replay. Dobro, sad se nije izvukao sa jednim HP-om. Chaos Storm, koliki damage radi. Pantheon pada ovdje, nema šanse da preživi. Šta je ovo? Dobro, Akali je dobila ovoga Rambla. Lijepo. Evo ga Zerat ima protobelt, sad je mobilan mage. Balansirano.
Is that when they are in mid-wave, they can fight you wherever they want to.
Yep.
And Wunder has the setup needed. And it's once again, it's a very bloody game, Mysterix. Let's take a stock at it. 22 minutes into the game, gold is completely even.
Šta je ovo? Hextech Soul. Jao, kako dobar Soul za ovaj game. Samo da se nabadaju.
The champions of Shifters are. But they want to contest their Wunder on a flank. The thing is, Poppy can only W one champion, right?
And that W is going to be important. Who does it stop? Herald's going to come down. Finn, my question to you is...
SK dobija ulti prije Shiftersa. Uzimaju turret. Dobro, knock-up. Malo damage-a. Bard je samo nesto. Dobro. Free Dragon za njih. Kako je Bard umro?
I think Shield really wanted to use a steadfast presence on the Herald charge because they can knock the Pantheon.
Dobili su ulte, nisu ih iskoristili, zbunili su se zbog Heralda na midu, šta se desilo? Aha, on je bio CC stanovan. Nije mogao proći kroz portal. A zašto je on bio tamo?
threatening the damage sources. So if they step up, the Akali takes the one that's exposed.
Yeah, I mean, good play by SK. They used the Herald mid to secure themselves prio into the river. And when Shifters contested them on mid, they just took the fight. Good fundamental League of Legends. As now Mickey and Skeens walking into the enemy jungle, setting up a vision line for Slowq so he can play aggressive on that side lane. The Akali is favored against both the Rumble and the Victor.
Yep.
And you see Shio kind of has to choose a lane to defend because he can't be on two places at the same time. He's not hacker man. He can only choose one of the side lanes to defend. And the other play, or the other side lane is really...
Mato nisam. Upalila sam bila stream i onda sam krenula nešto drugo raditi, tako da nisam. Vidjela sam da je fake rigger loka. To je jedino.
Getting harder as time goes on as SK pull out the first meaningful gold lead in this game. 2,000 in their back pocket with a third item coming soon for the Zerath, who his range is going to start being an issue as the game goes on. And SK taking every resource in the enemy jungle right now, denying options for Shifters to get
16-13, polako SK vraća game. Ali mislim da Shifters i dalje imaju šansu da se vrate. Pogotovo ovaj Viktor, toliko damage radi sa Chaos Stormom da je to nevjerovatno. A Pantheon samo čeka neko da bude overextendovan. I opa. Da ga nije nokapovo. Dobro, flash. Jin je free. Jao. Evo ga opet. Jadan. Opet zamalo da preživi. Jako lijepo igre. A mislim znaju da su bolji. Evo, samo ću to reći. Dobro su. Ne može dešavati. Ne rade barona? Oni ne znaju da oni rade barona. Baron pit.
I don't know what round it is, but we're going to start again. It's like you. Sure can flip out.
That's an EU Baron.
It's Friday, and it's only Saturday, Sundays that we do Baron Pit Fight Club, isn't it?
Yeah. SK, they had an easy play, Hysterics.
Yep.
They could just go and take Baron Nashor. They were 5 versus 3. They had the numbers advantage. But Mickey and Slowq, they felt a little bit mischievous. But let's look at this fight, because it starts quite well. We talked about it, Shifters really want to fight, but who's engaging? This is really the only engage they have. Poppy walking up with W and pressing R. But when you're engaging the fight with Poppy W, you can't peel when they go on you.
So, can I ask, why was Paddock stepping up in that mid wave? Why did he step up so deep? You know?
I mean, I think he was just trying to follow on the fight. I think it was a very desperate attempt by Shifters.
Okay.
They feel pressure to force a fight, and then they feel pressure to follow the fight. And there's just no way they can do it. What Shifters need to force a fight is to be first on the objective. But it's really hard to be first on the objective when you're losing all the side lanes. Because
opportunity, gravity field as well. Wonder is going to reset with the Hextech Ultimatum. He still gets stunned though, but the cavalry's coming in. Timid Fate delays the play, but Nuke's now sent out by Mickey.
Ja, Wunder.
Steadfast presence. Bob Skeens back. The
Jin
shield's going to go
ulti.
on, but I think Skeens still in a lot of trouble.
Šta rade? Daju free killove. Gube mid turret.
As top jungle gets caught out, and we do the game of throw and catch again, Finn. Our region right now, oh, I love it. I love it. You know what? Good League of Legends. You can call it good, you can call it bad, but this is our region. This is our League of Legends, Finn.
I mean, you're completely right, Hysterics.
I am right. I know I'm right.
I just want to give Sheo his flowers. I think he found a crucial pick for Shifters. The fact that he was preying on Wunder, standing in the bush there really early, catches him off guard because SK wanted to play into bot side, but the fact that Shio was already there, ready to pull the trigger the moment they walk in, made it into a favorable fight for Shifters. As now Dragon is spawning in 3 seconds. Securing it would be huge.
Shiftersi su okrenuli game. Ne znam šta se desilo SK-u, zašto je dao free killove na botu, ali sad su zeznuli su stvar. Otežali su sebi game.
Pressure the objectives, pressure the dragon, pressure the baron. Because if the enemy doesn't walk into you, you get the objective. And if they do, you get the fight you so desperately want.
Tempered Fate, dodged by Wonder. Hook shot somehow reaches the wall. Don't know about that for our games. As Yoppa uses range. Around Baron we fight. Cher gonna face check. A stun comes up, but Cher takes a wild
Iskreno
shot.
Cher
This guy's
prima
got
ok
decent
damage.
healing. He picks up the buckler, ready for the next burst of whatever Pantheon can throw forward, and that absorbs. GA down for Skeens. Opens up windows here for Shifters. An objective that they want to fight around and set up first has now become available as topside's being overloaded.
Yeah, but look at already SK. They are completely selling their topside and just trying to walk into bot. We have Slowkey pushing on the Akali bot side. Skeens ready to hover in case someone would go there. Making sure that if someone steps on that bot wave, Skeens will...
Dobro, neće overextendovat na botu, po zadnji put. Flash oko Barona, čeka i Drakea. Sad su krenuli biti više oprezni. Wunder. Koji damage. Pardi ima ulti, ali neće. Vidite, 2 na 5. Pustite se ljudi. Miki je u problemu. Miki je preživio. I sad je Padak u problemu. I jao, kako su ih lijepo klepovali. Viktor. Viktor Storm. Jao. Dobro.
I haven't seen a flanking Jhin since 2020 Worlds with one Fang in the base. And he won that fight as well. And
but that was different, that was good.
Paddock won this fight as well. I don't know how he ended up behind all of SK. We're gonna rewatch his fights. Because SK, they're walking up here as 2. Shifters, they're 5 strong.
Miki skoro umire.
Why do you want
On je komitovo na Jhina.
They are opening 5 people in the lane, asking you to teamfight them.
Akali je uletila unutra. Stanovana je i samo je umrla. Ne znam, nisu trebali napraviti re-engage.
Now this is the territorial Baron, it is the weakest out of all the Barons, Hysterics.
Oh, that's not good for SK then.
So let's see, we have Rumble ult up and available, we have Victor up and available. They're not starting Baron yet. Shield on the flank here.
Tempered Fate, he's got no GA.
Pantheon je u problemu. Mislim, samo umire ovdje, nema šta. Ne rade, Shea umire. Akali. Okej je. Jhin je ultao.
Jhin is trying to lay down some shots, but SK already out. Wonder thinking about how he can go back in. Right to the arcane. Nuke is trying to juke it out. It's one more.
One more.
Maybe one
more.
There we go. That's the last one. Shifters get out. There's a bit of damage on them, so Baron's not going to start, but the game's going to go on.
I mean, you can't hit Victor with the right of the arcane. He is Mr. Arcane.
He is Arcane. Yeah. That's right. It only charges him up, so they survive. They do lose Shea. I mean, Shea was in a different dimension on that left side of mid lane.
Yeah, so Shifters found the initial pick there, and they weren't really comfortable.
Kako close game? 20-20. Bilo je 12-12, sad je 20-20. Jako zabavan game. Kogod dobija Soul, dobija game. Više manje.
33 minutes into the game, a 1k goal lead for SK. Dragons completely even, spawning in 40 seconds. SK, are you actually gonna give Shifters the fight? Because Shifters loves the 5v5.
They love it.
They love it. But we'll see where they go. Pantheon ult is available. Nuke, you see, for Nuke to even push one side wave, he needs all of Shifters to hover him. Yep. They need to be so cautious on the side waves versus the Seraph, versus the Pantheon, versus the Camille. But now, because they hover nukes, so they can push out the side wave, they've given up full control.
Dobro, 15 sekundi do Drakea. Imaju vision na Drakeu. Nemaju na Baronu. Ok, startuju.
There's a ward there
Baituju.
that SK are ready to pounce on. And so he's going to start it from over the wall and it's slowly going down as Mickey gets vision.
Rooster.
Pantheon going on to Rooster. He flashes away immediately. Wonder's coming in. Tempered Fate used on a friendly. Rooster's now stuck. Conflict Biting trying to help out. Another zone for Rooster. Maybe it's okay, Finn.
Čudan Bard ulti, ali dobro.
It's actually a great play from Stand. One already taken. SK have lost their top laner who went balls to the wall.
Pantheon umire ovdje.
And Schemes who just got G up and available is going to drop.
Ima backup tima. Da li nešto mogu... Kako lijep ulti od Mikija! Ovo im je... preokrenuo game. Kakav ulti od Mikija, holy.
That fight looked disastrous. For some reason, Jin was flanking in River once again, getting caught by that Kali, but they sent everything onto Rooster and he parries the attempt so well. And now SK will look towards this dragon to set themselves up for potential soul point fights.
Soul point fight. Delay Shifters getting their territory in this dragon. SK still got one more in them. Shao's nearby, but he's not going to do anything like a keeper's verdict. So, Finn, replay.
Okay, can we just look at Padak?
Ajde vidimo šta radi.
He's
Ostao je 1-1 sa Akali. Zerat ga je targetovao i on je samo umro.
The Bartle comes on the Rooster. I thought he would go down, but had the Sonas directly after, pulls all of SK in. And the Serapult doesn't have quite enough damage, and Skeets end up going down. But look at the man of the moment right here, Mickey, with a huge Magnet Storm, followed by all the damage from Joppa. Really salvages this play for SK Gaming.
Joppa looking for Shao at the end, the only survivor.
Mickey im je možda sa tim ultom dobio game.
And an insane game that continues on. 45 kills in 35 minutes. Baron sits.
I mean, this is EU, baby. This is what we live for. This game back and forth and back. As now it is SK looking towards this Baron. Look, they're sending everyone up here in the top side. No, I lied. They are covering the Akali on the side. And look where Wunder is. He's prowling, pouncing in case anyone dares to step up on the side. The Shifters, 5-man mid.
Sad Zerat kreće da boli i naravno Proto Belt za nemobilnog mage'a. Najjači item. Oni gube inhibitor kulu. Gube inhibitor, opet. Replay prvog gejma. Jao, evo ga opet. Replay, Pantheon ulti na Nuce, Nuce umire. Ok, kako je ovo stanovalo? Wunder umire. Iskreno, Shiftersi vratili su ovaj team fight nazad. 24-23. Ovo je insane, iskreno. Ali mislim, otvorili su im inhibitor. Ovo sad, ovo gledaju na Barona.
Shifters are looking for a play around Baron, they're already pushing the base. But then they send it mid here, completely on Padak and Nuke. And while Nuke ends up going down, it's a little bit too deep from Slowq here. Wunder will get caught by the stun of Sheo on the tower. Really huge pick from Sheo. This is why the Poppy is so good into Camille. If you lock her down, she cannot E out of it because of the keeper's verdict.
It all looks so clean, the angles, the pivot, and then they just commit that too much, you know?
Yeah, but now level 20 on Rooster, level 18 on Wunder. Rooster has scaled up, his equalizer will hurt.
Yes.
Still, Shifters in the 5v5 are not weak. SK needs to keep splitting them up. You're seeing Wunder now, open bot side, has the teleport available, while Slowq is sending it up here. A 1-3-1 means a pressure at two sides, while Shifters are the one grouping in the mid.
Shifters still, that Baron would be everything.
I think they need to start the Baron if they want to progress this game forward, because right now you're just giving side push for nothing.
True. And then they're going to have to move, and then the Global's going to be up again. Schemes already has that ulti up again, and Finn.
Gledaju bar ulti.
Tempered Fate used on the Pantheon. That target might not be the best. Mickey stops out Share.
Nema GA. Ali ne.
This is on the 3. Finn already said. Right of Arcane there. It's hurting when it connects. Paddock dodges away the last one. A good
Pogodio je jedan.
But look at the side lanes. Wunder in one, running through the broken inhibitor. Top lane for an Akali, looking for the inner turret.
And this is where SK now can use the side push to retake this side of the jungle.
Imaju
They can hover with both
potencijalnog
side
barona.
laners and give Mickey the space to go in and put some deep wards.
Ah.
Binding. Stand.
Ovo je mene bolilo.
Yeah,
Good try. Good try.
Nice.
Good try.
Yeah, nice attempt by Stan. Doesn't quite get the Cosmic Bind in. And you see, Shifter's team comp has a really hard time starting fights.
Yeah.
And that is a really big problem when you're playing a team fight comp that wants to start fights.
And the later it goes as well,
Yeah.
the harder it is going to be, no?
Like, they are basically playing for a Cosmic Binding into Deadly Flourish from the Jhin, or a random Poppy Stun, or just a Rumble E-Flash. Like, they don't have any hard CC that is easy to execute on. It's really only that Tempered Fate that needs to land on a flashless target. But Joppa has the protocol to get out of it.
And I mean, to be
3
fair, Stan's
sekundi.
credit, it has been
Break.
okay this game. His Tempered Fates have been landing pretty consistently on key targets, yes.
Shiftersi moraju uzeti ovog Drake.
See what they can fish for. Under Mickey going to be spotted.
Gledaju opet sa Bard ultom.
Dragons up in 15.
But look, Wunder's once again in the top side, just split pushing.
Wunder uzima kule.
You're gonna start this dragon. They have realized they need
Će dat gornji turret, šta?
They've got a bit of range. Mickey is the one who can do it now. They've spotted out the movement towards Dragon. That's going to start.
needs to set up through the flank. Give them the space to walk in there. Shio by himself.
Vidjeli su ga.
This time it doesn't connect on anyone.
Shio.
Down and Shio is going to face Saint first. The curtain call comes out. Mickey's going to dodge away with the crash down as well.
Joppa ima ulti.
Magical journey there as well. TV going to come on in. As you said,
Shio je u problemu.
It's going to end right here.
Brewster.
He comes in for the TP. Root's going to flash away, but it doesn't escape him. Wonder comes in, finds the perfect target.
Slow Q, backline.
And he's down. Right in the
Ma
outlane,
da.
he's hitting Shio from the side with a 5-point strike. He's going to do the same.
Splitovali su ih previše.
He's going to run. He flashes away.
Miki solo ultuje Džina. Lijepo. O? Nuk. Dobija kill, ali nema ništa od toga. Imaju sol, ne idu na game. Idu na game. 40 minuta game. Lijepo. Ja se nadam da će druga serija biti ovako zabavna kao ovaj drugi game. Zabavan game. Sviđa mi se. GG. Idemo pauza 10 do 15 minuta dok ne krene druga serija. Ne znam što sam rekla ko igra. Vitality Giants, da? Malo bolji timovi.
Well, Finn, player of the game, Skeens. Yo, poor Mickey.
It's a tough one. Skeens, I think Skeens had a fantastic game, but Mickey in the game 1 with an Nautilus, in that game 2 on that Rel engage on mid, I think he will be my vote.
Well, as they take their bow, that was an important series for SK, all jokes aside. 2 and 3 now. They dig themselves out of what is brewing to be a bottom side, soon to be eliminated. And at the bottom, Shifter 0 and 4.
Yeah.
Today might have been that day. Today might be the day they look back on with their schedule and say that we should have won that. We needed to win that. Eddie's going to break it down. They're joined by Yoppa and Wonder after a very fun game too.
You can throw it at the camera for all I care.
Yes, here they are. Congratulations, 2 and 0. Very clean Xerath, Yoppa. Or maybe not that level 4.
We all watched the flash forward play, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Xerath was prepared. There was a bit of doubt. Should we go for it? Should we not go?
Who was the doubter in the team?
He doubted himself. We were all like, you should go for it. Like, I saw him like in the morning, every single day actually. He was watching like Korean Xerath montages.
Okay.
And I was like, yeah, I mean, we should see the Xerath. It ended up being a little bit of a cocktail draft after, but we got the things we wanted with the champ.
So it's Yoppa and Viper up there next to each other, right? As the Xerath bot lane players now?
Yeah, I mean, I saw it there. It looked decent. Just picked it up. It made sense with our dive comp, so I think if there was a game to try it, it was this one.
A dive comp that turned into a poke comp because they had Poppy and everything.
How did you give them Poppy? Like the entire composition here is like, we don't want to play into Poppy.
We cannot disclose our meta read right now. It's very, we are SK Gaming.
Okay.
We are leading the meta right now, and Poppy is useless, so that's why we gave it to them.
Okay.
Yeah. And you could see we won, so.
Yes, yeah, that's true.
Poppy was going off, but so was Skeens, right? Tell me a little bit about
Was he?
if...
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, he was. I think so. He was always there.
Okay. Yeah, he's there. He's there. No,
Like
no,
he was the long range engage, and then he was the finishing.
I was just inting, so I don't know.
No, except for that one play, and you know, of course, the call came out from Finn immediately. 2019 Camille Wonder. But I think it got to your head because afterwards.
Honestly, mechanically, okay, I did a lot of bad things, but like on Camille, I haven't played it that much. I think I played pretty well, but it was a hard draft for sure.
Oh, now all of a sudden it's a hard draft?
Maybe because of the poppy on the end.
It was always a hard draft, but I'm sacrificing myself for the team. I make Yoppe shine.
Yeah.
With my pick.
Thank you, Wonder.
Yeah, okay. I did enjoy watching you make that really big outplay and then miss the cannon immediately afterwards. So it's
we need to buff Camille wave clear.
Yeah, it's true. The Q just doesn't do enough damage. It does feel like you guys are, as you say, creating your own meta a little bit. A lot of people expected mages to fall out of the AD carry pool. Yoppe, would you, obviously you've still played one, but do you think that mages still sit in a spot where they're viable generally bot lane?
I think nothing much changed, to be fair. I think you can still the power of flexing a champion and just sending a mid or bot as somebody getting a counter pick. And you can always lane into anything, so I think nothing much changed, to be fair.
Do you think it's because you're quite a new player that you don't have the ego that other AD carry players have? Where they're like, I must play AD carry?
Yeah, I don't mind like just poking from range, getting some free kills. It's more chill than like having to try hard perfect mechanics, outplay everything.
Would you agree with that, Wonder? You think Yoppe's...
he has no ego. He's like, this guy is so innocent. Like, he thinks he's the worst player in the league. I try and pick him up every day, but like, I don't know. He's starting to get it now. Like, got a pentakill week 1 ever since then. I just downhill, you know. Now, like a good Serath performance. Maybe we'll see him smile a bit on the stage.
Yeah, maybe. We're always praising you as like the pillar. Like everything else is burning around you.
Yeah.
Top lane is on fire. Mid is getting into it.
There's a new WoW patch out, so Wonder's distracted.
Yeah.
You know.
So if you want some ego, you should probably watch everybody. Who's always praising you.
As a team, though, you've now got 2 wins across the course of the split. There's a possibility of playoffs, right? It's a difficult schedule still for you guys, but MCOY look like they're struggling. That 6th place spot is maybe available. Do you guys think that you have what it takes to actually get into playoffs?
I think our schedule looks kind of easy.
Oh yeah?
Okay.
But I mean, there's K-Corp, it's undefeated. But besides that, we are playing against 3 other teams that are below us in the standings currently. I think we're 2-3, right?
Yeah.
So there's hope.
There is hope.
And right now, I think we lost only to the teams that are above us, and we are top 6. So
exactly.
hopefully should make it. But we are, of course, like we would have liked to have won against Na'Vi and Vitality and these kind of teams.
It would have been important.
It would have been nice.
You can make up for it. Yoppe, what do you think about your chances of playoffs?
I think Fnatic game is like extremely important since we are fighting with them for playoff. So I think.
Are you? I mean, like, no offense to Fnatic, but they're 0-3. They don't look like a top 6 contender at all. Are you just trying to be magnanimous, or do you act like? I guess this is more me asking you: do you think Fnatic are playoffs contenders actually?
I mean, kind of depends. Yeah, we're gonna see tomorrow. Kind of depends if they fix their issues, but they're also like a team that is fighting for playoff with us. And if we get momentum going, and then we are playing Heretics next week, I think gives a really good shot to make it.
I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry. It just in my head, Fnatic are bottom.
He does that all the time with me as well. It's just how it is.
I'm sorry, Yoppe.
No. Our key player of the series was Mickey X. Let's go. Turning back the clock. Deserved wonder or not?
I have no idea what he did this game.
Okay.
Actually, he was covering top a lot because, I mean, Bard was also, I guess. I mean, supports are just a lot top, actually, so I did see him. Yeah, in team fights, I don't really know. I guess like he had like this good turn after I inted. Yeah, I'm dead, so I did get to watch this one. And like I was surprised that we didn't just get completely stumped here. So good from him now. Deserved.
Didn't get completely stumped. Good from him. GX Vitality is coming up next. Yoppe, who do you think is going to win that one?
I think Vitality has it in the bag.
Why?
I think they got the upper hand. They are starting to scale up. Fiesta's looking way better. So I would give it to Vitality.
Wonder? Same?
It was GX.
Yes.
Well, we beat GX and we lost to Vitality. So with that logic, I think Vitality should be winning.
Makes sense. Yeah. All right, we'll talk about it a little bit more after the break, but thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the 2-0, and we'll be right back with GX versus Vitality.
Into the waiting arms, magical journey out, pop from Show, popping down, Shifters on 2, Schemes now trying to get the kill back, finally
incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the command.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Superlight on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. Said we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. Out to lunch with my girls, grant at every request. Thank you.
Welcome back to the LEC. It's time for Vitality versus GX. Some would say the battle between the third and the fourth best team in the LEC if you looked at the standings, or maybe that's what you actually believe. Do you two believe that?
Well, I said MKOI was top 4, so I don't believe that, but...
What?
On current form, I believe it.
Yeah, I think on current form, and I think really Giant X has been surprising. They had some bad games, but also some really good games, and I wanted to show their game against MKOI because I thought the way that they played their comp was so good. It's so often when you think of like, what is it, a team making a mistake versus a team playing good? And I think when a team plays good, you just look at their composition and you think to yourself, wow, there was nothing the enemy could do. And I heard a lot of people flaming Supa. So I thought to myself, you know, Supa, he often gets caught. We're used to that. But realistically here, he's hugging the right side of the wall. His team is all pretty close to him. He's playing Ezreal. He is over the wall. Seems pretty safe. But the Vi comes in, the killer instinct from Flacket comes in, Talia with the wall, Talia with a 3-man shuffle, and suddenly it's just game over for MKOI. And sure, you could say Supa could try to buffer the Vi ult, he could play a little bit further back, but it's so like, such minute details, and it's so difficult for him to play, that it's just props to Giant X for being so coordinated, for being so willing to punish the play. And again, Supa here, he's with all his carries, the support and the front line of MKOI is a little bit deep into River, but the carries of MKOI are playing normally on the mid wave. But Isma, flash ulti Supa, has Jackie's again following, has Flak yet again following with the killer instinct, and it's just a one-shot, and they just clean up the fight. And they just showcase so well how the comp should be played, and that's just a much higher level of League of Legends than what we've seen from Giant X in a while.
Yeah, I think I was talking to, I want to say Vedi. Actually, I was watching Vedi's stream, because he does reviews of this before he does his podcast, right? And he was saying he thinks that Giant X have found these synergistic comps that are just working really well for them. And like, he couldn't really work out what he was trying to say, but what he wanted to say was Giant X have wombo combos, right? And they played it really well last week in both their drafts, where they have these comps that are very obviously doing one thing, and they're doing it really well. There are some arguments that MKOI perhaps should mark their flanks better, perhaps should ward their flanks better, perhaps should set up a little bit better so Alvaro is actually with Supa to try and help with the engage, but overall it was superbly done from Giant X.
It looks mega crisp. Let's see if that also happens versus Vitality today. That's that other team in the conversation, and I think I only was here for week 1, and did we take maybe too many consequences from that first weekend where Fiesta had his first foray on the big stage, where they were adjusting a lot of things, because this is a team that was very solidly getting into the playoffs last time around.
I mean, Fiesta had a really rough start, and honestly, I was willing to kind of write him off, because, I don't know, my experience with him in solo queue has also not been... like, so when he died 35 times...
Did he flame you too?
No, but just like the deaths, you know, like he dies a lot. And I just thought to myself, okay, this guy is just going to play way too aggressive, Vitality's not going to follow him. But then it feels like he really found his form as the times progressed. He's been having really good laning phases. He's been having just like consistency that I thought we wouldn't be able to see from him. And that's just made me think like, okay, this can actually be a solid addition to Vitality and allow for them to go top 3.
It comes back to that watchword of coordination as well. I think he and Vitality are very much more on the same page than they were in week 1. In week 1, we'd see him trying to make 2v1 outplays, trying to make these big moments for himself on a side lane. And now, when you look at all of the highlights we've selected, it's all in team fights. It's all when it's coordinated with the team. I don't blame people for thinking that he wasn't going to be a good addition to the roster. He was replacing Humanoid, who's one of the most storied mid laners, one of the best mid laners we've ever had in Europe. So obviously there are going to be some doubts, some aspersions cast on him, but the leveling up over the last couple of weeks has been very impressive.
It has been. It's interesting. You're willing to write him off after one single weekend?
It was a bad weekend.
It was a very bad weekend. We even cast it together. Yeah. That was rough. Okay.
Watching him try and 2v1 outplay on a LeBlanc, just diving into his death on repeat was not the most
Imagine
fun.
if we only gave you the I guess we kind of did.
I did,
because you're here now. Okay, never mind. Take back my remark. It's time for GX versus Vitality.
Should we sub you back in, Jack?
Oh my God, Jack is getting rinsed, absolutely rinsed on the desk. We're going to take you into this one because Vitality in Giant X should be a banger when these guys are looking to take up the mantle when MKOI are failing. Because right now MKOI are a bit in the dirt, and I got to say, Vitality Giant X might not be the cleanest of a potential 3rd seed, but they sure look like they could be taking up that mantle.
Yeah,
Maybe.
You know, Vitality, after that week 1, perhaps I treated you too harshly. Maybe you have a little bit more to give.
Yeah. I mean, you gave me a Sopranos. Yeah. What do you mean? You're giving me the...
No, but I think Vitality has looked very good. Like, maybe the fact that Fiesta was in that massive arena, couldn't really hear his teammates, was an issue. But they look so much better now going up against GX in a very important game, Hysterics.
Oh yes, this one to be
Evo nas, vraćamo se u drugu seriju.
To the real battle that comes through between Vitality and Giant X.
Dobro im je muzika. Sviđa mi se. Iskreno, vidjela sam kad je Vitality ulazio, imaju ovoga Kroksice. Svi znate kako se osjećam povodom Kroksica. Dobijaju.
Yeah, I mean, I'll see. One of the new prior picks does appear to be Vi. We'll see if it's quite as high a prior. Vi and Pantheon to me are the junglers to look out for, especially when Poppy is out.
Inače ovoga...
We'll see if the teams agree with that, because it is as you say.
Imam nešto što se zove
Roaming supports.
proteinska kafa.
A little bit nerfed.
Shot.
Top lane bruisers. A little bit buffed.
Oh yeah, baby.
But keep like if you listen to
Ima
all these
protein,
things I
ima
said,
kafu,
it's always a little bit, because there
ima
aren't any
BCA,
major changes. So a lot of the core
ima
meta
100 ml.
will stay similar on
Da li
the
umirem
patch unless some
ili ne,
incredible
saznaćete
breakthrough, ingenious
kroz idućih
breakthrough
5 do 10 minuta.
across in our league. But we are now in the draft, into the game 1, and already I will spoil it to you.
Got first pick.
Nocturne? No, that's not what
Sorry,
happened.
yep, Nocturne.
Vitality banned Nocturne,
Yep.
and GX banned Cassiopeia.
Okay. Got not seen yet. Syndra's going to go as well. You're about to get that on your screen. We're just slowly getting the same bans that we had last game.
Ima ukus
last
po
series,
kavi.
rather. Jace also has just been a must take. It's looking
Imam
like the
predikcije.
next one here on the side of GX. Vi still up Finn. Orianna was passed over in the last series. AORUS is something worth mentioning.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's
Iskreno, ne sjećam se
as well, especially with Syndra
kako
and
igra
Cassio being taken out, getting that best
Giants.
flex mage is quite valuable. So we could see
Ne znam šta su radili zadnji put kad su igrali.
the Nautilus, so maybe when I see Nautilus ban, you have to ask yourself, why are we banning Nautilus?
Okay.
What
why?
is Nautilus good against? Enchanters. What do you want to pick on 2-3? Probably an Enchanter lane. Probably a Milio, maybe a Lulu. So that's kind of where my mind goes when I see the Nautilus ban. And setting that up with a strong, engaged jungler like Vi would make a lot of sense.
First pick or not. Rumble also up and available. That Jarvan is an easy response. If you go Vi here, GiantX still have that option of going Rumble Jarvan.
Yeah, and here over to GX. As you say, Rumble is open. Now Rumble Prio is pretty odd in our league. Some teams love it, some players
Dobro,
do not
bye.
care for it.
Right.
GiantX, I
Nisam
think,
neki
are
fan.
one of the teams that can play Rumble. It's pretty solid, but you don't really have a lot of setup yet. I mean, the Bard is being hovered right now, which I think is a little bit of an odd champion to slam into a draft, but it does give you a lot of lane power, it does give you a lot of push, a lot of move, and has setup with the Tempered Fate. So Xin Shao will be the lock-in, a bruiser jungle trade. And then we'll see if my prophecy comes true, because I'm
Zin mi se
smelling
sviđa,
Illusion
više od
Meteor
moje.
in favor of Vitality.
Because there's no top laner yet, so surely it is cementing that bottom lane. You already know you're running into the bar.
Yeah, you can also go Rumble Victor, and I think that would make quite fine sense.
Yep.
If you do not care about the bot lane matchup, like they picked Bard, and you can say...
Jel mislite da će biti brzih?
bot lanes,
2-0
you can just pick the Rumble Victor, make sure you have
za bilo koju ekipu?
solo lanes. But no,
Jel
they
mislite da
are
ćemo gledat
a return.
napet u seriji?
No Victor, but Rumble Ari instead. Jelak, Rumble,
Rumble Ari.
Vi. Classic pick and roll comp. Now,
Dobro,
pick and roll isn't
ne moš ovoga failovat sa Ari.
basically they pick a champion,
Banovali su
engage them,
Syndru.
and roll over them. That's a pick and roll.
Banovan je Cassio. Šta igraš na midu?
They have LeBron.
A Kali?
True, much better.
Nemoj Gali, ja.
So the counter to a pick and roll comp is Galio.
Galio smara.
Whoever they pick and want to roll on,
Vitality dobija game.
to kind of deny that engage, is a fine matchup into both Ari and Rumble, and you can kind of choose where you want to put him. I do think it's gonna go mid. I'm not sure if Oscarinin is a big Galio player.
Master Caster kad dolazi?
Some really fantastic games.
Pa evo tu sam.
So now we have a mismatch once again. GX can freely ban the AD the supports.
Yep.
Because they have the Bard.
They got rid of Lucian.
Meanwhile, Vitality, they can freely ban top laners. I mean, not
Dobro,
freely,
banuju
but
Luciana, zašto?
most likely we're gonna see them ban top laners because both teams need an AD carry. What AD carry do you want? The Lucian being
Galio je
makes
7-2
a lot
win
of
rate.
sense. I thought Vitality would pick it on
A
2-3,
znam, ali samo ga
lock in the Lucian Milio, and have
ne
a
sviđa
good
mi se
time.
njegova
I
pojava.
also think when I see Vitality's comp, what makes sense? Kaisa. Kaisa loves a pick and
Kako
roll.
misliš da nema veze što je dosadan? To je najbitnija stvar. Uzmi Akali, idi ruke na ruke. Ali to sam ja. Ja sam Mastercast. Mislim, nisam Master, ali sam Master. Dobro, šta je ostao Ezreal, ono. Dobro, Viktor je i dalje otvoren. Alo, hold on.
picking a roaming support, having Carson that self-sufficient AD carry.
Kanter u Rambla. Ma dobro što je Kanter u Rambla, ali kao...
Would be a good angle to go for, but then again, GX could just pick the Ezreal.
Neću komentirat.
I think that'd be a pretty good takeaway if you really value that pick, because Varus is banned. You're not picking your AD carry or your top lane. Sure, you can counterpick the AD carry or just take your best top lane champion. I think just taking the Ezreal here makes the most sense.
Jel niko ne igra Loka? Kao... Di Oriana, hold on, di Oriana, stani. Dobro, evo ga Ezreal.
This gets slammed in, does it change the response? Do you just go Corki anyway?
I think you go Corki, because you ban the Kai solution for this Ezreal. You set it up with
Kako Ezreal ima tako loš win rate?
I wouldn't even mind going like an hyper carry.
Nije bit.
Like the Yunara Lulu. If you're fine not having an engaged support.
I Olaf, evo ima i Olafa. Znači Oriana, Olaf. Di su svi ti pikovi, di je Viktor? Šta je ovaj draft? Dobro, za Rakan.
You know what's better at matching the part on the map? Rakan, baby. Great follow-up engage together with the Vi. Super simple comp for Vitality. And they just have so many options in the game right now.
Well, now we get to decide, is Galio going mid or top?
Koga ne igra više, šta? Pa da. Viktor?
Oscar on the Galio top to run into this rumble. And Finn, Azir, Victor,
Azir.
Got some quality of life changes here, and we're seeing Azir.
Nisam trebala popiti ovu kavu.
Let's break down the comps.
Evo, samo da se ne gleda na spavanje, bilo bi okej.
They want to find the champion, engage in a champion, and kill the champion. Really good 5v5 team fights, a lot of CC. They want to fight. GX on the other hand, they have a long-range control team comp.
Nerfovanje. Kako je nerfovan? Ja svaki put kad sam imala Loka u gameu, lik je imao 30 killova. No joke. Dobro, nije imao 30 killova, imao 20, ali sve jedno. Imaju kroksice, Vitality dobija, evo, ja bih htjela da je drugačije, ali nije. Znači, evo, ja trebam staviti Vitality predikciju.
Is it as good as Kasane? Probably not, but hot damn, it's still Nako, who is the leading solo killer up in that top lane. Jackie's also on his most played of his career. On the other side of the rift, on his Azir, it'll be his first of the split, but obviously not his first of his career. 15 damage on that Q. A nice buff to give Giant X a breath of fresh air. It is third versus fourth. It is a battle for third, really, and a battle for the question of who can step up to the plateau alongside KC and G2. Is it Giant X? Or is it Vitality as we run into game one?
Ne znam. Mislim, ja ne znam šta radi heroj, tako da je meni broken. Kao Glass Canon je, ali taj damage koji on radi, evo, meni nije jasno šta radi. Mislim, možda da sam vidjela neki champion spotlight, bilo bi mi jasno, ali nisam. Nije mi jasno. Kao kombinacija čega? Ne znam.
Two completely different champions. Very true. Whenever you play with Vi, you want to make sure that she has a solid early game and doesn't need to feel pressure to go and gank,
Imam neki osjećaj da će Giants dobiti ovaj game. Ne bi trebali, ali imam neki osjećaj da hoće. Iako sam stavila bet na Vitality.
Now, we didn't get to talk about it, but in draft, obviously, it's been muted out. By the way, Fiesta hits level 2, Orb Deception does connect, and Jackie's gets electrocuted. I want to quickly mention that top is neutralized by Oscar Rinnan, but in terms of how they've been going so far, as the wave pushed out first and level 2 hit by Oscar Rinnan, Shield Durang going to connect, but Nako just hit level 2. Nako has once again been on a bit of a...
Ajde, Mato, predikcija ovoga za ovu seriju. 2-0 za Vitality ili?
It's beautiful to see him being solo with KDA. I love a top laner that dies a lot. I think Nako has been a star player, even in this summer split. He is the reigning MVP of our league. And he is kind of bringing that performance, except for week 1, where he didn't really look like himself. He's really been ramping up throughout this.
On vjeruje u Giants. Iskreno, ja imam neki feeling da će Giants dobiti.
No. He got the MVP and then it looked rubbish after that. I mean, Vitality bombed out in playoffs after everyone was like, yo, this could be the time, this could be the run. Maybe they go to MSI.
2-0 misliš. Dobro.
0-6 was where we ended it. Especially looking for an angle on Flackett. Gleaming Pool not going to connect. The knock up there. Arcane shifted away. Flackett's got some sustain thanks to Jun, who's back to level 3 now. Remember as well, a lot of supports want to get towards that level 5 for what it's worth, but yeah, roaming has been minimized. Today, what our learning has been, Finn, is that like supports have been more.
Nako izgleda koja se nije naspao.
That's very true. But still, just because you're laning focus doesn't mean you can't link up with your jungler now. Jun walking together with Isma, making sure that he can get at least one crab this game, because the bot crab will go over to Linces. You really don't want to give Vi a double crab. Jun is just here making sure Isma is safe to go for that. In case something weird would happen. Is he gonna full rotate up and look for a diver? I doubt it. Hysterics.
Ma to šta su ti skrivili? Chill.
He's like a stand-up comedian right now, willing to make any joke work. And he's recalling.
Right now.
Yeah, he's recalling. He bombed out. Sucks.
It's alright. There's always the next time.
How flashy is here.
Well, Ward placed nicely by Oscar in it, and they need to get in the way. Jun cancelled his back. He's got a magical journey though. That's the power of level 3 Bard. So he can just step on up. Then Wave is slowly pushing in.
Pa nije. Tako da nemoj da si salty.
Waiting to use the magical journey out. Just waiting. Don't take too much of your top laner's XP. Oscar, wait the last hit before Jun is out of range.
Vidim ja, bit će ovo dosadan game.
He's still in range, isn't he?
Neće biti ko ovaj zadnji. Koliko je bilo? 60 kilova. 50.
Seer definitely needs some time to scale up. Kill comes, heals him up, and Jackie doesn't have the TP. So, potential PowerPoint, another presentation, but something that Vitality can use. Get a small lead, or at least make sure that Linces can get through this early game and get level 6 safe and sound. Fleshy is gonna look for vision. It's a human ward. Finds Jun. Hi.
Way back. Let's shoot down. Here comes Linces as well, as you said. The human ward's going to enable the open up of Raptors. Isma's here, hovering on the side. Difference between Zin's outfit. The dueling power is...
Od Kevina si naučio fore. Pa vidim.
Raptors, the smite needs to come down, goes over to Isma. The knock up, not found by Fletchy, goes in with the battle dance and back on.
Sve se dešava, ništa se ne dešava istovremeno. Bar. Okay.
Doesn't find the mark, now they're deep for Giant X. The counter here from Kazi and Fletchy. Here's enough, it's first blood. Over to the Zaya. Lynch is thinking about, can he pick another angle? Drops a ward, but it's enough. Giant X overcommit, and Jun pays the iron price.
It's a bold play from Vitality to go for that invade. We talked about it. Vi doesn't want a chaotic early game, but Linces chose to invade enemy Raptors. And you can tell that GX was very happy fighting that. Why? Vi is not a fantastically strong champion in these exchanges. I mean, they have the aura damage, but look, the W goes wide by Fleshy. Great sidestep.
Kako je promašeno? Mislim, ne bi ništa promijenilo. Vidi ga, on je preživio sa 10 HP. I onda Zaya dolazi na first blood. Što je huge. Nešto pišti. Šta pišti?
I'm guessing that Giant X just say we're not going to really fight anytime soon anyway. Grub's also up in 2 minutes, which feels like the more likely objective, or trade.
Ljudi brba samo da istražim šta pišti.
Oscar has ult. I guess that's why he feels comfortable doing this.
Yeah, I mean he has level 6 over Linces, has the Oscar ult, but doesn't really find him.
Six going to get a quiet off Krugs here, Finn.
Are you going to start it? Are you going to wait here? Or are you just going to...
There's 6.
Base.
Timing, waits, level 6 versus level 6, but the damage coming out of Isma is massive. Triple longsword is enough.
Kako sam ustala, tako je prestalo. Dobro.
Great entrance out and Isma starts red.
Yeah, Oscar recalled there. Didn't really want to be included in that play because he has to make it to the bot wave. And we'll say Aura in these fights are not weak, but with the health bar of Linces, I think they have to concede his red buff.
Dobro, even trade na midu. Doduše, Ari ima više pipova.
No one is really able to cover him, but yeah, they're gonna decide not to. Why? Because there's all those juicy camps up to clear. Isma doesn't need to risk a topside play because he already has so much gold sitting on the map ready for him to take.
So it's a smooth swap fin. I mean, for Giant X, this movement up.
Ja se nadam da će biti Infernal Sword, iskreno.
As well, and you said Oscar in and back, but I do like again that you pointed out the fact that timing was everything for Giant X. They pull it off. Linz is going to try and do the same thing on the bottom side. He's spotted on a ward though. Pings are going down, and now the question is, can it be stopped by Giant X?
I mean, this is where Galio comes in with the ultimate. He could easily join the fight.
U hajstu se dešava da neko počne hajst, da neko je kapetan i onda okuplja posadu. Mislim da traje 7 ljudi, 8. I svi zajedno ste kao pirati, pljačkate ostrvo neko i onda nešto se desi, možda pola vas uspije, pola vas, ne znam, ubije neka, neki poison oblak. Dobar smite, osiguran smite. Ili svi uspijete preživjeti i svi dobijete poene, ili niko ne uspije jer vam je potonuo brod i to je to. Dobijamo sigurno. Pa ne dobijate sigurno. Možda pola dobija, možda dobijate svi, možda dobije niko.
Grubs are going to be started off. It's one grub already over to Isma, but they're backing away. A little bit scared here. Jun doesn't have a tempered fate to add into the play.
Opet nešto piše. Ja mislim da me komšija za iskren.
Can they get anything out of it though? Scrap shield, and he's out.
Nakanako just holding on super well in his 1v2. Meanwhile in the bot side, the Sire is actually pushing.
Dobro, Vitality uzima sve objektive na mapi, super. Ne, neće biti Infernal Sword.
Yeah, gets rid of bone plating as well. Fiesta has the spirit rush. Is he going to pull
Hoće, neće.
Waiting for it, the all in. The shuffle
Wow.
is clean, but Fiesta pulls out the ult himself. It's disconnected. We go jank, we go skillful, but Fiesta slaps Chuckies around.
That was an incredible sequence of mechanics from both mid laners.
Ima 3 minute cooldowna.
Let me break it down. So this is a Seer mechanic where you dash back and forwards and you ult mid-dash. And Jackis has done this before and it catches him off guard, but he's too low. The flash are out instantly. Gets him to safety, and what a solo kill from Fiesta. That's League of Legends, baby.
That's League of Legends. What a solo kill. That means so much. A gold lead already bring.
Dobar mid lane fight, iskreno.
That now moves to 1k because of the kill.
Very skilled.
And Vitality already had a great lead brewing in the bot side. It is now turned to mid as well, as Fiesta also finds him in a 1k gold lead. And let's break it down. Let's break it down, Hysterics. What does Vitality's comp want to do?
Jao, znate šta mi se sad jede? Kokice. Mislim, ne bi bilo ugodno za vas da me slušate kako žvačem kokice, ali baš mi se sad jedu.
Dive though, Finn. I'm looking towards bot. Flacken and Jun might be in trouble. No tempered fate to hold the play.
The wave is still quite far.
Base check. Magical journey. Fiesta coming over. His ult, 10 seconds.
Yeah, they definitely want to find this play. Bard doesn't have ult. Doesn't have the tempered fate to block all that initial damage. Isma is running down here. We'll see. Will Oscar in TP.
Oni su u malom problemu, a? Bacio je heal, da se top upuju. Ultaj. Bard. A on je level 5.
I was wrong. It's because I saw the faker skin bridge into a double kill.
I mean, just an
on je imao ulti. On je imao ulti. Jao.
When you are winning your lanes, plays like this are always available.
Nemam svakako kod kuće kokice, ja mislim. Tako da ih ne mogu jest. A i da ih imam, ne mogu, jer trebam biti tu.
It's insane. It's mechanical. It's smart. Finn, I think this early game from Vitality is something else right now. 3.7k gold lead.
Iskreno, nisam očekivala da će Vitality ovoliko bit bolji od Giants.
Pair into insane dives, into fast plays, catch their opponents unaware. Giant X are getting dizzy right now.
Znate šta sam jučer probala? Znači, od uvijek sam htjela probat, hoće sad zvučati glupo, one sendviče, trokutaste, iz ovoga pumpe. I probala sam ih jučer. I zapravo je okej sandvič, kao. Mislim, ne znam kad je napravljen, vjerovatno je napravljen, pa je odmrznut, pa je stavljen u frižider. Znači, ne kažem da je super sandvič, ali za ono što sam očekivala, super. Hvala na kokicama. Da mogu uzela bih, jako lijepo izgledaju. Ej, nisam se otrovala, to je najbitnija stvar.
That's really when they are strong enough to fight Vitality, but before that, this entire map belongs to Vitality.
Inače, Mastercaster ovoga spava, ne pravi ručak. Tako da ne znam ko će napraviti ručak. Ako ovo bude 2-1 serija, imat ćemo problem. Jer ja postajem ovoga hangry kad nema hrane. Ima jedna riječ na našem, da to ne mogu se sad sjetiti. Kevin da napravi, ne, mislim, ne želim ga pustiti iz podruma za to. Dobro, pa je dobila kill Galiju. Galiju, ono, useful pick inače, by the way. Pozitivan win rate, za razliku od Ezreal.
To Fiesta, if they send anyone to Carsey, they can just take whatever fight they want. Giant X lane assignments are just poor right now. Yep. It started in the early game when you're matching the S-roll into the Rumble. You picked the Galio into Rumble to neutralize the Rumble. Why are you sending your S-roll to cover him? Once again, you're sending your Galio completely isolated, trying to make a cross map onto the Rumble. Well, guess what? His equalizer. He doesn't care that you can cross map. He can just clear the wave. And GX, they have to defend the place of Vitality.
Nema. Giants ne može ništa naći na mapi.
And they need to make sure their players can get farm, can get those items. So maybe they can get to a point where they can actually contest Vitality in a straight up 5v5.
Let's see for those two, Finn. You wanted to see Trinity Force man immune from Flacket. He's got neither right now. He's sitting on a mallet. That guy's been bashing away with nothing but a blunt instrument. Flesh Eat level 6. Gonna get poked out, peeked out. Oscarinin is gonna face check this. He's got a mega blast.
Hoće ga opet ubiti 1 na 1. Neće. Da nije bilo Bleskona, bilo bi problematično. Ja mislim da Izma ne može završiti ovog Heralda. Do duše, Azir dolazi od ozgo. Smite steal. Ok, samo su im dali Heralda. Kao, evo spustit ćemo ga mi, uzmite ga vi. Sve ok. Plaše se mno, mislim, razumijem zašto se plaše, ali ono, ne možeš im samo tako dati game. Ne znam šta se dešava, ovi samo skaču tamo vam. Dobro. Za je lutala Azir. Azir, zašto si porto na... Ja ne znam. Knock up. Ja, clean, flashy, clean.
Of the laning phase and the early game that we've seen outside of the top two.
Vitality coming take GX's lunch money, walk into their jungle, and say, hey, what are you gonna do about it? Hey, you wanna fight us? Fiesta just slams it on the table,
Vidi ga
walks
kako
into the
lijepo igra
jungle and
Flash.
says, hey, do you wanna fight me? You can fight me.
Bard ulti.
And the Galio ult is
A šta, Azir je bio tu, ja sam mislila da se Azir teleportovao. Ko se teleportovao u nju? Ne veze, nakon se teleportovao. Čorava sam, ne vidim. Jako čudno. Mislim, Azir nema još iteme, ali kao... Nije ništa napravio.
Your grasp on the game was loosey-goosey. Now you basically have dropped it completely as Fiesta
Ma nema,
can do
mislim.
whatever he wants
We gotta
into
stop
the
taking
jungle.
lunch, Finn. No more lunch in the jungle. I think they need to learn their lesson. It's not a good place. Another charm. Fiesta is on a roll here. Should have changed his name as Fleshy flashes away. Jackies gives a kill, or rather takes the kill over. But he's putting them all to bed here. Let's change that first letter because Vitality moved to 9.1k. Yes, they lose Fleshy, but 2 kills are the only thing Giant have been able to pick up this game. TP flank. Nuko may be caught out. Mega blast cone.
Series coming as well. Naknako can hold his ground. Fiesta
Dobro, kolapsuju na Naka, dobro, okej.
a little bit caught out here, Naknako.
Maybe he is. Maybe the game's not done yet. At the very least, it's an honorable play.
Dobro, spustio ih je. Trebaju baciti reset. Ali oni se tapaju vision oko Dragona. Ide Vaj, napada jako dole. Čeka nekog 1 na 1.
He is the person you want to funnel XP, resources, sideline tower, objective shutdowns, cookies, whatever you can find, you gotta give it to Jackies this game, because if he's not ahead, I don't see how GX has the damage to go through the burst of Vitality. This pick and roll comp, they can just pick any target they want and just roll over them. Flashing is a little bit in danger, will dash out to the Saya, as that's a
Daju Zmaja.
dragon. One dragon,
Dobro.
a nuisance, 2 dragons, an eyebrow racer, 3 dragons, that's a
Ne želim gledati AD Carry iteme.
GX has to respond to
Vidjela sam AD Carry CS.
or Vitality will walk away with a Chemtech soul.
So that 5-minute timer starts now. 30 seconds till the Baron as well.
Eto, imaju 5 minuta da nešto naprave u ovom gameu. Ako ne naprave, Vitality dobija Soul, dobije Barona, dobije game. Završit će se u prije 30 minuta.
Deadly with the last whisper added into the mix just now. Black Cleaver also for Linsus. There's a lot of damage that comes through. So yes, a couple of whoopsies, a couple of mistakes, a couple of picks here for Giant X. But the game is still stalled out. The game is still halted in the favor of Vitality, still maintaining over an 8,000 gold lead. Linsus thinks about, well, can I Vault Breaker in? Obviously not going to do it blind, but just plays off of his vision while blue buff is scarcely taken by Isma in the meantime.
Look at the sidelines right now. Vitality are pushing in both the bot and the top. And they're trying to congregate into this area and try to get deeper and deeper vision. Pushing GX under their tower, making them second guess every single waking moment. They want to walk into their own jungle. GX, they are being shepherded in
Treba im vreme,
tighter and tighter confined
trebaju im
space.
itemi, treba im damage. Trenutno nemaju ništa u svojoj džungli. Imaju 3,5 minuta. Da nađu neki pik, da pokušaju kontestovati ovog Zmaja. Vitality jako lijepo igra sa visionom. Oh, okay.
Vitality doesn't want to wait for the soul. Soul is up in 3 minutes, but they want to fight right now. They feel confident.
Iskreno, ne bi ni ja ovo očekivala. A ne Giants. Svi znamo da sam ja bolja od Giants. Dobro, znaju. Ali oni ne mogu ništa. Oni ne mogu prići. Ovo je samo free game za Vitality.
Vitality did their due diligence. Look how far they pushed in their vision line. They are, Giant X is completely blind. You don't know in which bush there's an Aubrey, there's a Rumble, there's a Fleshy on the flank. They don't know where they are. It's terrifying to walk into an area like that. And they decided giving over the Baron is the lesser evil if they want to have a chance in this game. Because right now, if we take a stake at the game, Vitality is 10k gold up. at 22 minutes. And our
Evo ga Galio.
running this game.
AD Carry je ubio top lanera, samo tako. Ovo samo ovdje možete vidjeti.
But he is dead for 30 seconds now. So, Baron's already started off with a big one, and the Red Bull Baron power play starting at 2k is a nice place as Fiesta looking to push in.
Minut 50 za Dragona, minut 50 za So, minut 50 da završe game.
This is possibly the third and fourth best team in our league.
Yeah.
If MKOI continue to slump, these are the two teams that are favored to potentially go to Worlds from the European region. And Vitality is making it look very convincing this game that they believe they should be in that conversation.
They just got to do it in another game in a back-to-back series. They've also got to do it as they get the playoffs, Finn.
Very true.
I mean, that's the problem.
That's the crux.
And obviously we're in the middle of the season, like we're past the halfway point. We're discussing things like Worlds as Fiesta comes in with a spirit rush.
Pa vidi šta radi Galio, kako da ga volim. Ja svaki put kad gledam game sa Galijom, Galio ne radi ništa.
But he ults in, ults out. And Baron has
Ćao sudija.
half of its course here with the pressure continuing.
Gdje su moja drva?
As GX here, what do? You need to, I think, mentally fortify yourself. Tell your teammates, okay, I love this
Ne znam
classic
ja.
perk squad. They were
Ali
playing
ne znam, ono, Giantsi,
2019 spring or summer,
Okay.
and they were getting completely
samo recite GG, bolji ste ovaj game i vidite na drugi, ono. Pokušajte ponovo. Ja, oni ne mogu prići. Oni ne mogu ući u svoju džunglu. Vidio.
Try to be as annoying as you can, so you don't go into that game two with a full defeatist attitude.
Well, maybe sweating now. Fiesta just gets poked out, so that's a good way to start. Here's my audacious charge onto Linces. Gets the win down again. True shot barrage.
Dobro, on se samo nahilovo full.
Thanks to the rift. Oscar in and moving into position to ulti in, and that stops the Baron play. The push onto Fiesta, maybe. Jackie's going to step up. Naknako's there as well. He halts the back a second time. The all-in is flashed away by Naknako, but now there's no Emperor's Divide. Fiesta.
Ja, jako lijepo. Dobro. 4 na topu. Freeze Mai. Free Soul. Ne znam šta radi. Oni nisu imali ni jedan fight oko Zmaja. Samo su im dali Zmaja. Rekli su izvolite.
As a rare Saya split push, you see Carsey on the bot side here by himself. I think he thinks he's a top laner.
Yeah.
He's trying to cook something on the sideline here. I don't think the sideline matchup into this here is very good unless he has flash, but now
Journey, flash, cosmic binding. Naknako has no flash burner before he was in overheat status. Flashy pulls out the quickness as well, jumps in and out, and the charm buys some time on Isma. Volt breaker charged up, thinking about an angle. Linces, cease and desist.
Dobro, nemaju Cinema ulti. Free kill. Charm na Ezreala. Kako je to prošlo po Regalija? Fiesta ostaje živ. Ovo je game. Jari je preživjela. Dobro. Eto, nije im trebalo ni 30 minuta, nije im trebao Baron, samo Sol. GG. Ovo je bio stomp. Ako drugi game bude ovakav, ja stvarno evo ne znam. Kakav disrespect. Ja, dobro. Ništa, čekamo drugi game. Ide pauza, 5 minuta.
What a domination they showcase here today.
Finn, I've seen great victories like that from Vitality, but that mid laner adds a bit of fire into the mix. Analyst desk, that's what we want to see more of.
Jack Spector is going to fire him after week 1. Look at what he just did.
I wasn't personally going to fire Fiesta. I just didn't have
You just sent a letter of recommendation.
Well, I just didn't have the highest hopes with the debut that he had. But I think this is a good lesson that we shouldn't judge people too harshly off of their first few games.
Yes,
in the LEC.
well, otherwise you also wouldn't be an analyst anymore. So, like, I think, just kidding. I'm kidding. I hope people don't.
He had a whole split. Like, he deserved to get kicked.
It's true. Our comment earlier asking if we were okay, if Medic was okay. We're good.
We're surviving.
Who isn't okay though is GX, because oh my god, what a stomp. And since we're talking so much about Fiesta, let's start with our Euronics play of the day. It is one of the many Fiesta plays, actually the one that started it for us in the mid lane, where he just goes completely haywire.
Yeah, we were eating ribs and chicken balls
We
while this was happening,
were.
and I made a few whoops that got us some odd looks in the cafeteria.
I mean, I liked what Jackie's was going for, right? He goes for the shuffle, tries to get him with the wall, and he hits him with it, but there's so much damage, and Fiesta recognizes that he can, like, ulti, flash out of tower range, and he'll take that last tower as well, and just gets the solo kill, crashes the next wave, and that's building that lead to set Vitality up for success.
If he died there, it wasn't the play of the day.
No, I don't think we would have put it as the play of the day if he had
Fair
died.
enough.
But it was still very impressive. And then continued to be impressive as the game went on. This is the last play of the game. As I thought, like I was saying, Fiesta, you have so many Spirit Rushes, just go for it. At this point, I was concerned. I thought he might die, but a great stopwatch gets him another Spirit Rush charm, and Vitality is just so far ahead that Fiesta can have a little bit of a dance party on his opponent's graves.
Yeah, and what a surprising game. Like, I don't know, like, it was just a stomp. This didn't even look close. This looked like the first place team versus the 10th, right? This is not the third versus fourth best team in the league that we were expecting. And it's especially weird because it's not like you're looking at the draft and you could argue that maybe Giant X draft is a little bit wonky at times, but it just felt like such a big player discrepancy in every single lane, in every single play, that where do you even go back to as the drawing board as Giant X after this one?
It's like if you played a game like this and now you have to go back, it is a best of 3. It does seem one of those,
you have
like,
to cope and say it's a fluke.
Yeah,
you have to say it's a fluke.
Or just full
if I
go
was
next.
a Giant X player, I would be like, no, guys, it was like we just all played bad.
Yeah, just unlucky game.
Next game.
It happens. They fell behind in the early game, and Vitality punished them really well for it. I do want to come back to that draft point because I do feel that like Giant X's draft did not give them what we've seen their drafts give them in the past, right? Like it felt very lopsided.
When we looked at the MCOI, right, they had the Vi, Kai'Sa, Taliyah. All of them want to do exactly the same thing. In this game, you have the Bard, who's kind of like, yeah, just chilling. You have the Xin Zhao. They don't really want to do the same thing, right? They kind of, like, Xin Zhao wants to go in, Bard wants to stay at range and kind of roam around. And then the mid laner as well, it's like the Azir wants to slowly scale up. It doesn't really...
Baited by the buff?
Yeah, maybe. But it doesn't set up for this, like, aggressive, nice top side that all wants to do exactly the same thing that I think we've seen Giant X work so well with.
Yeah, it felt like they had some engage and some disengage and never actually were able to align those two. Vitality were very good at finding their man, picking a target off, and then snowballing the fight from that. In fact, I think Vitality's composition looked very much like something I'd expect Giant X to draft, which is the, hey, we do one thing, we do it really well together, and then we've killed one person, we can win the 4v5.
I always wonder, isn't that just what every team wants to do? Isn't that just a comp? Because, like,
it's a good
wouldn't
draft.
most teams want a good draft?
Yeah. It's a classic, I feel like. Like Ahri, Vi, we've seen that combo so much. Vi with Rakan, really fantastic. Saya as well into the, like, melee champions of Giant X is really nice. And then Rumble is just OP champ, right? Fits into any draft. So I think you have such a strong way of playing the game. Just Vi goes in, put down the equalizer, everybody can follow up really easily. While Giant X, they don't have that. They need to outplay the engage, find the re-engage after they've already disengaged and poke them out a little bit with Flacket hitting the Qs. Like, it's so much harder for them to play, while Vitality press all their buttons, go in, pick and roll, as Finn was saying.
Low-key, even forgot about Flacket for a second there. I mean, I wasn't here week 1. You know, this is the first time I see this roster. I heard good things. I heard that they would be able to contest maybe for those playoff spots, perhaps even top 4.
I could still put them top 4.
MCOI is taking that slot.
MCOI is not getting that slot. I think their percentage of scenarios goes down with SK having 1 as well, by the way. I think because SK are now much more in contention for those top 4, top 6 slots. I don't think SK are getting top 4.
But I think after watching that, the probabilities are going up as we speak.
Yeah.
I mean, true. It's possible that MCOI still make it through, but for
to be fair, Giant X did beat MCOI, so it's kind of
exactly. That's
nothing
bad.
Makes sense.
It's
nothing
bad
makes
for
sense.
MCOI if they match for Giant X because of the tiebreaker rules.
Yeah.
I think you just coming back to your point about does not every team want to just do that, go in and kill people. There are different drafts, right? You see 1-3-1s. We've seen like G2 and KC try and experiment a little bit more with their drafts. I don't think Giant X is at the level where you can have a draft that isn't coordinated.
Everybody go in the same time.
Yeah, just do a thing together well. if they get past that point, then we can see a little bit more, oh, we can play shadow side lanes and we can try and out-macro our opponents. But Giant X's macro is not what I think of as their main strength.
But SK last game, for example, Camilla Kali, super split push focus. So there's a lot of ways you can definitely draft.
Feels like that was after stopping that game one.
Yeah,
like,
when, when you have confidence, it's a lot easier
It is
to...
harder.
Yeah,
a little bit less confidence for Giant X going into this next game. Let's see if they can bring it back, or Vitality close it out with a 2-0.
Yeah, gets rid of bone plating as well. Fiesta has the Spirit Rush. Is he going to pull it out? Auto's there, waiting for it. The all-in. The shuffle is clean, but Fiesta pulls out the ult himself. Turrets disconnected.
One more. Can you hit the turret? You go. I push mid.
What, do you go mid?
Yeah, I push mid.
Not a damn gal.
I'm lazy. Oh, does he have ult?
No, doesn't matter. Some guys dead.
Holy Fiesta, what are you doing, guys? Everyone, go. Crazy guy, by the way.
Hey, Sari.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh. That's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy?
Okay, you can close it.
Buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin.
game one was a stinger from Vitality, an absolute shellacking, a banger, a whack-a-mole. Giant X just couldn't get their heads out of the plastic holes for, you know. Finn, it hurt. It really hurt, and I think all lanes can come out pretty proud of what they achieved in that first game.
Evo nas u drugoj seriji, u drugom gameu. Sad ćemo vidjeti hoće li biti repeat prvog gamea. Kom je Vitality apsolutno stompovao Giantse. Evo vam predikcije. Poppy Ben klasika. Hoće biti Oriana, hoće biti Olaf. Ne znam, voljela bih vidjeti. Nismo ih danas vidjeli.
Meanwhile, Vitality, they just had one mode. Send it.
Yeah.
Just send it.
Worked very well.
And I think GX kind of needs to simplify maybe their approach here to this game, because I think they need to set themselves up in lane. They need stronger laners, because if they fall behind against Vitality, I think Vitality is that kind of team that will run away with the goal lead.
Yeah.
So, what do? Don't let them get that goal lead. Secure prio lanes, secure a strong jungler. At least one or two prio lanes I think is crucial for GX if they are to come back in the series.
I Viktor je isto otvoren.
Cassio. Jace is bad.
Cassio's to up lock gone as well. Does that show...
So the lock to me speaks for either a Syndra or an Oriana pick.
Ori, yeah.
Most likely. I mean, could be a Cassio as well. We'll see. It is Vitality that will first pick, so they could take the Cassio away if they want to.
Could go bot as well.
Yeah.
Kazi is still showing that, you know, he's willing to play mages. Final ban. Varus is still up and available, by the way.
Pantheon as well.
Pantheon too. There goes the Cassio.
Yeah, so you could just take the Pantheon here if you want to. If you really want the prio lane, I think Varus is the champion that kind of guarantees you lane push. Pantheon would be a good option. The Lee Sin
Korki je otvoren.
is a good Lee Sin player and is locked in.
Lucian Milio combo.
Do you have to take away Shen for this comp? What do you...
No, I don't think the Shen matters that
Doesn't
much.
matter?
You
Okay.
can
Iskreno,
give it over if you want to. I want to
Lee
see where
Sin
Isma wants to take
prio
this
čudno,
When I play,
ali okej.
when I see Lee Sin, I think maybe a little Wukong, you know.
Oh yeah.
Kind of the cyclone to disrupt his insect opportunities, just in general good in those skirmishes in the river.
Neki Lee Sin, Oriana, Polker i
That are very
nešto.
prevalent across the world that secure early lane prio. Oriana also available with lock being banned is showing herself
Evo ga Oriana.
in the meta. You
You
could
go
go for
Nocturne into
Nocturne.
Lee.
I think it makes a lot of sense. But the Pantheon,
Pantheon.
either way,
Dobro,
anything global. Nocturne
Nocturne.
Oriana is of course the classic combo, but
Klasika.
Isma is just taking us for Tour de France here. And in the draft phase, we'll see where he ends up
Ne
going.
sviđa mi se Nocturne.
whichever
Mislim,
jungle you want, whichever
Nocturne
jungle you
je
think you're gonna have the highest
super pick,
impact on is always
ali
gonna be the
meni
best
se
pick.
ne sviđa isto koji Gali.
Nocturne is good with a combo, but I think a lot of other champions offer things more than a combo. The good thing about the Nocturne is that it's quite hard to go to side lane if you're a mage.
Right.
Because you go against Oriana, you can't pick the Akali, you can't pick the Lock. What are you gonna play into Oriana? It's probably gonna be a mage.
Probably like the Victor or something, right?
Yeah.
Or you're just gonna accept.
Je, Viktor je otvoren, Viktor je jak. Vidjeli smo šta radi.
Against these mages. Why?
Yeah.
If the mages go to the side lane, if there's a Nocturne there, they will
Ooh.
just perish.
But it's Fiesta. And
Okay.
game one, he's gotta go further in
I
game
ovo će, ja mislim da će ovo biti Bloodbath.
He definitely takes the fight to his territory. The LeBlanc pick is a volatile one. LeBlanc Lee Sin. It's a win the game in
Ako
15
uzmu
minutes
Vegara,
or
Vegar je jako
less.
dobar
And
pick.
classically, historically a mid
Dobro,
jungle
Quark
that
je
is
logično.
made to dominate the mid to early games or mid to early phases of the game and run away with the game as well.
Quark i
another
Nautilus.
lock-in, strong laner. You see a pattern here for Vitality. Strong laners, strong early game jungler. Vitality wants to give it to GX really fast.
Right.
A sudija žele ljudi ovoga flipovat malo.
Maybe they want to take things slow, Finn. But Varus locked in.
Dobro,
I mean, they're
Varus.
telling me that they're ready for burst as well. They got a lot of ult lockdown.
Koji je hype oko Varusa, stvarno ne znam.
Cork is a fine matchup. Can contest the push. Depends a lot on the support.
Right.
I do fear a little bit for Vitality. Right now, coming off a high of that game one, had a fantastic early game, super hard stomp.
Yeah.
And now they come into game two, and they really say that we're gonna do it again. You saw us do this last game, we're gonna do it again. So they're really setting it for the early game, and I think this might be a trap they fall into.
Aatrox ban, is that fishing for Nah? Is that fishing for maybe they're going to send the virus top?
Dobro,
Is it trying to
lane
confuse
ban.
Vitality? What do you think that indicates?
I think that's a respect ban for Naknako.
Right,
Because he
okay.
just
Jel mislimo da je Varus AD carry ili na
and
topu?
Wonder played the TF into it. Naknako just blinded Aatrox, says, I'm blinding Aatrox, I'm gonna play Aatrox, I don't care what you play.
Banovali su nauta.
Are they fishing for maybe to get their
Šta imaju dole za supporta? Milio?
Renekton is probably gonna be the pick.
Renekton,
In
okay.
case you didn't have enough early game.
Milio, Korki, ok.
Nice lockdown. I mean, oh my god, you're solo.
Imaju cleanse za Nautilus, za Nocturne ult.
Meanwhile, in GX, where do they want to go? Right now they need a top laner and a support. I think something that can...
Doduše, mislim da nisam vidjela Korki Milio combo.
Yeah, I just think get some CC
Lux.
in the support role.
Troluju.
Anything that can kind of either peel or lock down
Dobro,
people.
Alistar.
Like, they have
Još
the
jedan ball carrier.
They have the bouncy castle.
Am I stupid to say maybe LeBlanc could go to a different lane and pick Silas here on 4?
Yeah.
Okay. Just had to ask, Finn, that's why you're here.
Yeah.
So for the time being, put that out of my head, sit LeBlanc mid. What are we going to get in the top lane?
I mean, if they do that, you're a genius. So
Well, yeah,
you
either
just
way.
call it out.
And then it makes you look weird.
Yeah. So...
Engage for Vitality, right?
Engage for Vitality.
Real. Dobro.
Classic handshake support matchup. Both champions really do the same thing. They engage, they peel.
Mislim, Real je super.
Easy. What are you gonna buy? It's just gonna be Renekton, isn't it? Oh my god.
Ne Renekton. Renekton je još jedan od unita koje ne volim.
I think Kled is pretty good at Renekton. Gnar or Cassante is the two main answers.
Ornn.
Renekton. He did play
Xant.
Ornn yesterday, and I think Ornn does fit the identity of GX.
Thematically.
Yeah. So I'm gonna give it to you really simple.
Vitality
needs to get ahead early game, or they will just lose the game, and they need to get really ahead.
Mislim, Vitality je tu, ono, da ide na ruke, očigledno.
The Orianna, the Alistar, the Nocturne, so much AoE CC and damage to boots. Vitality, strong lanes, strong early game jungle. This is gonna be a... This game is either gonna be a blowout or a slow despair.
Ja se nadam da će biti na ruke.
I get you. Vitality fast or go home or go to game 3 rather. Giant their problem last game, Finn. I mean,
Ja se
we
nadam.
talk about comps here. It's interesting the variation, but last game the comp wasn't the problem. It was the lane assignments that let them down to the tune of at least 2,000 gold for Giant X's first 15 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, definitely was an odd choice from Giant X last game, putting the Ezreal into the Rumble. Didn't seem like that the best read. Now, to be fair, they can mismatch lanes. Putting the Ornn into the Corki and pressuring the Renekton with the Varus is a better idea, so maybe this is the game to do it.
Maybe it is. Finn has faith in Giant X. Vitality after game 1 though, Sword. And it's really up to Giant X to change our minds, because Vitality, what a beautiful piece of League of Legends that game 1 was. They're looking to rinse and repeat quite fast at that measure as well. Fiesta's coming in this game with Ignite in the mid lane.
Dobro, morala sam Luje malo da izmazim, bio je jako tužan.
That could snowball and run out of control.
You know, in some of our games, I think it makes sense to kind of zone out in the early game. You just kind of enjoy the ambience.
Yeah.
Viewers at home, you need to lock in right now, because this game is going to come at you and it's going to come at you fast. I think we need to see a high pace from Vitality.
Iskreno,
They are playing such
ako
an early game
Giants
comp. I haven't seen an early game
bude
comp
malo
where
više
people
agresivniji nego što je bio prošli game,
That's next spin.
idemo u treći game.
Do a game through. I mean, obviously Renekton's ready to pick maybe next series with Vitality.
Ne znam da li imaju to u sebi.
Some Fiesta on this LeBlanc needs to kind of redeem himself from that LeBlanc game over in Paris in week 1.
True, but as you
A
said,
Fiesta jako dobro igrao ovoga Ari. Šta je bio, 6-1? To je bio 6-0, na kraju ga je ušao u fontanu.
Next minion, and then
Ne znam, sve zavisi od ovih prvih 5 minuta.
And he will shortly, both two at the same time. As Distortion and now I assume Chains Fin or maybe Sigil.
Probably Sigil, most
Sigil.
likely. I mean, you could go Chains. Depends a lot. Usually what you do is you hold it.
Yep.
And if the Orianna gives you a Q range, you can then QW out attack and then W back.
Yep.
If she doesn't give you that Q range and she concedes the wave push, you can just W forward, look for a chain. But yeah, he went for the Sigil here. Aggressive trading in the mid side.
Very aggressive.
Jackis has the TP, so Fiesta has to take his recall quite heavily. Jun getting a bit low.
Korki ima TP.
Kazi's got a massive wave
You
stacking
guys see
up.
that?
What?
They just pinged on my way on this wave. On this wave that's coming out of base, Vitality pinged on my way. I don't know what the way is. I don't know what the way is, but they are pinged on my way on that wave.
Diving, Finn, or what? Do you think they chunk out and look for the Lee Sin to come on this next wave? I mean, surely it's too early, right?
I mean, there's no way they dive.
That's what I'm saying.
I just don't know why they pinged on my way on that wave.
Maybe it was a missed ping. Maybe they're saying Kazi's going to back on this next wave coming in.
Yeah, maybe. And maybe they can look on his bounce now, because the wave bot will push back into Vitality, and Linsas will be here, and meanwhile Nocturne will not be here, so look now, they are pinging this wave in Giant X, and they are saying, we are in danger on this wave. This wave is scary, they're saying. Like it is.
Ma neću ja heist, ja sam bila skemovala zadnjih 2 puta vezano za heist. Ubila me magla neka. Tako da ja neću to više raditi.
Nothing's really going to happen. Lethal tempo picked up by Flacket, and he gets a good trade on Fleshy, who again didn't reset.
Yeah, I mean, Linsas is here. I'm not sure if there's a play.
Ja mislim da moraju burnovat flash ovdje. Ili samo dat kill.
Waited for Jun to pull the trigger, but he never did. Linsas helps give first blood over to Kazi.
And Giant X
Dobro.
pinged that wave that came out of his base. They pinged that wave, signaling that they were in danger on that wave. Now, why do you walk up? You know you're in danger. You know your jungler is top side. You know Linsas is bot side.
Okay, good question.
This gank was telegraphed. Vitality had to get ahead early, and they're already on the board to go away with this game.
700 gold from Kazi, and it is a meaty wave being denied. Now, granted, Flacket has the range, and I believe he even picked up the cannon, so he'll pick up the majority of it as he resets. But the kill went over to Kazi. He's picked up a longsword Ruby Crystal on the makings of Trinity Falls already. We look towards mid. Lynch is coming in again. Safeguard in for a sonic wave. Tempest, Cripple in trouble. Jackie has to flash away.
Nisu našli kill, nažalost.
Set that up nicely.
Burnovali su flash.
Good pace from Vitality. They could have invaded the Raptors, but they chose to go for the gank mid. Now, crucially, Jackie doesn't have the flash.
Yep.
You see what he's buying. He knows he's in danger. That was a horrible circle. I'm going to redraw that.
Thank you.
He knows he's in danger. Speedrunning double Ruby Crystal wasn't enough to save his flash from that play.
Ne znam, jako su pasivni. Ne sviđa mi se to.
He is dead, perished, not in this world anymore. Unliving. Whatever you want to say.
Nemoj da mi daješ poene.
Doesn't get the sonic wave. There's going to be a short cooldown. Isma starts off the Krugs.
Isma, Naka can walk here.
This is going to reset consistently. You're right. There's going to be priority for the Renekton to move in first. Finn, he's also almost to level 6, so I think Isma definitely has to pay respect towards the Dominus that's about to come out now. Gets a stun up, never mind. Nuko needs another minion, finally finds it. Level 6 required for both, but still the push will come in. We look towards bottom lane. Jun in a bit of trouble here. Kazi getting the autos down, but Jun has to just disengage and hope that he gets that passive up to help sustain this lane that continuously is suffering from the trade.
And to reiterate, Vitality is playing.
Ne znam, imam osjećaj da će ovo biti kao i onaj prvi game. Vidjeli si kako on to smije raditi. Forsirali su flash, ovaj kill. Šta se dešava? Ovo se ne bi smjelo dešavati. Strašno.
Running out of mana, won't be able to get the Q in the quiver. And a nice back timing as well here as bot wave is neutralized.
Jun had a lot of confidence walking in for that stun out
He did, Finn. Maybe he shouldn't have.
And I can respect a cow with confidence, but let's rewatch this, because it's...
Znači on je ušao unutra, bacio heal flashovo i vratio se nazad. Zašto se vratio nazad?
Holding that cooldown baits him in, and then the moment he's melee range, you can just stun him and kill him with Corki. It's an easy play.
They've also got a full wave as well, Finn. That's the other problem. Minions do damage.
They do.
So, early game is going well. It's 2,000 gold in 6 minutes.
Yeah.
Mislim, sviđa mi se što su krenuli ovako rano sa nabadanjem, ali nema razloga. Mislim, nema razloga za Giants da overextenduju.
now Linces is down here on the bot side. Karse is thriving on this Corki. Fiesta is rotating with him. Remember, Jackis doesn't have...
Kao rekla sam da ne bi trebali biti toliko pasivni, ali to je samo glupo.
He can go here into the enemy jungle, he can go even here, put the ward here. He can even fog down all the way here. There's no way that Orianna can run after him. There's no way. Because the moment Orianna runs into the enemy jungle, if he is camping there, she will die.
Yep.
So he has so much freedom.
I opet uzimaju prvog breaka. Cloud, možda Infernal.
He needs to make sure to make himself useful. Right now hovering top, covering the camps of Linces, so he can now recall, go back into his top side, take the red buff. Jackis gets a well-needed push out here from this rotation. So
reset from Linces, by the way. He'll be coming back with Tunneler and Longswords. A small advantage after Dragon goes down. As you said, with Fiesta covering there.
Okay, they're swapping it again now. And I think it makes a lot more sense this game.
It's better this game, isn't
putting
it?
The Varus into the Renekton. And putting the Ornn into the Corki. But look where Karsi is.
To im onda delayuje questove, ne?
Didn't want to commit for the swap. I think the tempo is a little bit off to do that. Now, you could still contest topside here.
Dobro, vidimo neki kontest. Pro Giantsa, napokon. Hoće, neće, hoće. Dobro ga je, lijepo ga je odvuko. Kiku tima. Dobro, uzeli su nešto.
And that's a huge win for Vitality as
Isma went in for the invader. The Magma Storm going to come through. Let's call the Forge God for Fiesta with the Ignite down onto Isma. Searing charge. Oscar will not find a wall. He gets the Bellows.
Okay.
He gets the auto, but remember, Nucko's alone top as well.
Look at the side waves.
They're so deep, Finn.
Porky ima TP.
Both towers are being pushed by Vitality. GX, you're chasing ghosts. You're trying to find a fight that doesn't exist. And Vitality are just playing with you.
A jadni, pogubljeni su.
Giving you false expectations that a fight will break out.
Again, maybe it's a macro. We have to question that Giant X have abandoned about 3 waves now, Finn, or 4. And
Porky free farm, 3 plate-ovi, 3 plate-a na botu, 3 plate-a na topu. Za grabove. Ne znam baš.
Yeah, I mean all those plates acquired by Vitality for what?
3000 golda.
They got one more grub. That was the only victory
they got. Lease in flash.
They got Lease in flash. They did use quite a bit though. They used Ornn TP. Not a flash of their own.
Mislim, Ornn neće dobiti kill na Renektoru nikad. Ali, Renektor na Ornnu. Nema stun.
And Dominus is going to time out.
Yeah, he's going to wait for Fiesta to rotate up here, maybe look for a dive. Isma is in the area, doesn't have paranoia for roughly 15 seconds. A stun
kill.
Here would be a kill.
Bellows Breath already used as well, so he's not going to be able to go against it. Oscar is going to get some help soon, but will he be alive? But then the auto comes through, Fiesta finds it.
Knock umira on.
Jonas come in, yeah. He bumps it, but not near the turret. However, the problem is, Finn, with that flank stake, it's going to be chewy enough that
dobro, mislim, ali vidi Corki na botu. On uzima turret.
But again, what's the problem, Finn? Look at bot.
Look at bot. Look at top. Nako didn't lose a wave. He already pushed in the wave and is pressuring a dive. He didn't miss a single...
I šta su oni uzeli jedan kill za turret?
Meanwhile, Oscar lost half a wave. They used Alistar TP top, sure. Isma got a kill. Lovely. The bot lane is in shambles. Let's rewatch this, because it was that first trade by Nako with the Dominus, catching Oscar in without the call of the Forge God available. And he just translates that into a kill. Why? We talked about the LeBlanc. She has so much freedom this game. The LeBlanc wants the side lanes to be volatile, so she has somewhere to run to.
Yeah.
So great tandem by Nako and Fiesta, setting up a kill on Oscarinin. And they keep Snowball rolling for now. 3.6k goal lead at 11 minutes. We talked about it in the draft. We talked about it in the early game. Vitality's comp need to snowball. They need to push the game forward at a fast pace. Otherwise, they will get outskilled.
I think this is fast enough. Kazi has a Trinity Force equipped There's 30 seconds till the Dragon. Vitality got the first. 3.5k gold lead on your screen. Oscarinen's going to move towards mid again, but you look towards bot. Fiesta has an open lane. And Oscar's going to be found out here with the deep vision they've been able to put down. So his road back to bot isn't an easy one. Nice. Vitality uses to invade as well.
I mean, Oscar is just losing so much farm. Like, not going up here.
Mislim, nakon ima okej. Ja sam već imao ulti, ali bacio TP, shield. I dobili su pod kulu. Orn je malo zalutao u svojoj džungli. Free zmaj, free platovi na botu, free turret na topu. Stvarno, Giantsima baš ne ide ništa od ovog. Kako su oni dobili 2 gema, evo meni nije jasno. Sa ovakvim gameplayom.
To get even a sliver of money. And we're obviously focusing on the fact that Giant
Oh,
X aren't able to get anything early and are really suffering. But you've got to put it towards Vitality. The compliments here are that once again all their lanes play to fruition. But their macro has been good, their lane state has been perfect. If not some of the best we've seen in the league so far, this is a masterclass that we've been asking for, that we saw in the regular season last split as well, that we're once again getting from Vitality. And this is why people get hyped about this team. Based on their regular season.
I mean, look, this comp.
Ajde da učestvujem.
They can do so much with everything that they've accumulated. A lot of teams, they would get decision paralysis. They wouldn't really know how to use every single tool of the Swiss Army knife.
Yeah, the little weird scissor things.
Yeah,
the bottle
what is are we cutting someone's hair? No. I wouldn't know how to use it. But Vitality is using everything they had available, but now...
Bacili su sve na Korkija, da li Korki umire ovdje? Da. Našli su nešto. Super.
I mean, you know, when in doubt, you can always rely on an AD carry dying on a mid wave.
That's true.
It's the old faithful. Finally, using the Rihanna Nocturne combo, catching out Carsey, who was overstepping. Good punish by Giant X. And this might be the start of a comeback.
Zub I dalje zeza.
Finding place like this. Delay the snowball of Vitality is all they can do.
Isma in trouble, the flash
What?
with Ignite. He's dead. Isma's dead. Fiesta clean. No shockwave. Jackie's still going to follow up. The flash is on the way. Clone comes out. Jackie's get some distance.
Bi se ovo smije dogoditi.
There is enough damage, but Fiesta knows. He backs away. Clean stuff to punish and get a 1-for-1 long trade.
What did this man have for breakfast this morning? He's just
Fiesta, ja ne znam, evo, stvarno, svaka mu čast kako igra. On samo ide.
And he's just running these games.
Fiesta doing a lot of damage. Kazi, he comes back on the respawn and he's getting
Mid turret.
as well. This is the movement. Hard commit fin. The Giant X kind of have to send it.
Samo, kako lijepo Vitality igra protiv Giantsa. Mislim, Giants ne radi ništa, samo im daje sve. Kao, lijepo ih zonuju, lijepo ih siđuju, lijepo pušuju laneove. Ali znaš šta, njemu nije problem zub, njega ne boli zub direktno, nego njemu putuje ta bol ovoga po vijelici.
Parano shockwave up and available again. Eye hit by Isma, going down. Objective bounty needed.
Opa, hoće Giants opet naći objektiv? LeBlanc, ne, failovo je.
A big move by Giant X. Now Knucko's walking up. He won't be to the play. He won't TP. He won't commit. An objective bounty secured after all. Flacco's going to chase
Giants nalazi pikove, nalazi objektive, vraća se u game, možda?
And there's about 2,000 gold that was just given over.
Vitality, the clock is ticking.
Face check.
Catch.
Jun is still there. Unbreakable will. Kazi went melee. He gets bopped around. Valkyrie's out though. The flash.
Korki?
Well, Menjam at least saves his life. A 1-for-1 ain't bad though as Giant X look for another opportunity. Call the forward.
Rele sam mrtva. Dobro. Giants okreće game. Nice. Naknako flexuje. Ali gold se nije promijenio.
And it's Giants X who is now back to back. Used the Orianna Nocturne combo to catch out the carries of Vitality. First, Karsi
A šta te, mislim, od čega? Pošto on je išao kod zubara, popravio je zub. Znači, ne bi ga trebalo ništa bolje, ali boli ga.
Slicing, dicing.
It's the best feeling as Renegade been.
Okay, yeah. It's a nice play.
As a Renegade, it feels like you see the 80 carry isolated and you're like, oh, Gyorto's not happy. But, I mean, to be honest, this game is not done. It's definitely not done. It looked like a Vitality masterclass, and it has slowly become like a kitchen cookout where people don't know completely how they're going to put the dish together anymore.
Now, I mean, compared to where we were 4 minutes ago, GX is in a far better spot.
Oh, yeah.
Still, in a tricky scenario, 4.5k gold is not inconsequential.
Of course not.
Fiesta has to find the poke, has to find the chunks, has to find the side angles.
I noticed, Finn, Oscarinen doesn't have TP. He's got to walk over. Nucko can join, and he's got 2 items now. Isma tagged out, spell shield down.
Vitality wants a long dance here. They want a long dance that's extended.
Fucking dead, just about. He gets the shield, but he's getting ignited, jumping in. Turning the lights off won't matter too much. As over the wall, Fiesta will follow up. Saved by a blast cone. Isma, Flack both escaping until now. It's Flack chased by the Croc. Nucko's got another target. Jun's going to pop him in, but Unbreakable Will, that won't be enough. A ruthless Predator and a Dominus again. Nuck for 2. And Giant X thought, hey, we've got an opening in this objective until Vitality showed up again.
And it's a difficult part about Giant X's team comp. They need to go immediately. They need to find the target and use their Orianna Nocturne ult.
Pa mislim da je ovo jedan 2-0 brzi game. Fiesta u problemu. Jackis je u problemu. Lijep ulti. Dobar heal. Fiesta samo umire. A ljudi. Orianna smurfuje.
Jack is trying to step up and be the hero the Giant X needs. We're gonna rewatch this fight. Look at this chunk from Fiesta. Massive chunk lands on the Flacker. And the fact that Oscarinen is already here means that Nucko pushed out top, got a few plates, and it's already here as well and gets the kill.
Strašno, Nucko je samo rekao ubijam Varusa i to. On mi je jedivan meta. Ne znam zašto su pikovali Varusa.
Dragon fight will be make it or break it for Giant X if they are to come back into this game.
3.8k on that top lane, as you said, but Herald's going to drop down now. We're doing the seesaw between 6k and 4k.
Klara je toster, tako je. Evo ga, Heralda, za kojeg su se izborili, napokon su dobili kulu. I Varus, dobro. Varus ide nazad u bazu. 0-3-0. Malo mi ga je žao, ali realno sam je piko Varusa, tako da nije mi ga žao. Nucko. On je okej ovdje. Rel? Ne, neće stići. Mislim da Vitality žele dati malo golda, da bude even game, da ono kao... Da im daju šansu, ali... 0-3-0. I dalje. Jel vjerujemo u Jackisa da može iznijet game? Gold je isti. Šta pričaš li? 4K je.
Look at Jackie's inventory. A lot of ages. Storm Sage, soon a full Rabadon's death cap. He is 1.6k gold ahead of Fiesta right now. The game has completely shifted when it comes to the mid lane power.
Dobro, Jackis je malo strašan. Sad mislim da bi Nucko trebao promijeniti metu sa Varusa na Oriannu, a vidjet ćemo.
Oscar's okay for now, and he is starting to sap up some of that damage. Negatron cloak in the inventory. Merc treads as well. Oscar getting more tanky, more survivability can only mean good things for GX here.
Fiesta.
Around top going to get a reset timing off. Someone will catch that bot wave, but the fact that
Ne smije, plaši se.
catch waves this deep now is showing you how the state of the game is changing.
Još malo i pada ova potkula. Čekaju sol opet.
You got sloppy in the mid game with it, and now you're paying the price. This next dragon fight,
Pa čao.
if you lose this next dragon
Šta se događa, Klara? Reci ti mi.
mess this up,
A šta, u ovoj seriji ili generalno?
I prošle.
Jako velik stomp. SH je dobio shifterse 2-0.
Sad će Vitality realno.
Drugi game bilo je 60 kilo.
U SK shiftersi?
Da. I ode im carry. To je to.
Jel nako čale?
Pa okej. Malo flexuje na ovom Varusu. Iskreno ne znam šta mu je skrivio. Pogledaj ga, on je lokovan na Varusu. Treći put.
Zbog story za
did you go to the side wave and die without any cover? Did he do the usual thing, Ben?
Dobro, isto koji prošli game, Baron u Soul. To je to.
While Jixer is clawing back into the game, it is Vitality with a great pick. TP from Carsey, Nako and Fiesta. Despite Fiesta missing both of those chains, they were just at the right place at the right time to make a pick onto Jackies, and now they're gonna take the Baron and open up onto that bot side.
Kako je, šta je bilo sa Jackiesom ovdje? Znači on je otišao, pušao lane i...
We'll see if they can get Dragon of this, because Jackies, you see, he dodges both the chains, but it's a little bit too late. The Orn Keeper comes out late, the Nocturne is not really there. He's already dead.
Nako je predobar.
All of his friends arrive.
Čekaj, stani nije Quark je bilo.
Čekaj. Giants?
Možda?
Šta se desilo? Kako su uzeli Soul? What?
Nisu uzeli Soul, nisu.
Denial.
Da.
Eto i oni su zbunjeni. Šta se desilo?
Karzijev build nije užasan. Bolje builda nego Kozak. Mislim, zavisi šta će da radiš u game, ali u Alistara, u Orna, ja bi išao na LDR ovdje, mislim, treći, sigurno. Pogotovo u Orna. Ovo ostalo još i okej. Je, LDR, GLP, LDR Infinity, GLP. Problem je, znaš šta je problem, će nakon mnogo da opadne. Lisin će mnogo da opadne, LeBlanc će mnogo da opadne. Da, LDR Infinity. Znaš da postoji sve da ovdje Giantsi dobiju?
Pa mislim, sad kako su krenuli, da, ali...
Nije turbo realno.
Nije ni malo realno.
Ali ima neki ugao gdje oni winaju game. Jer, hard outscale. Varus. Odvratan heroj.
Koji 0-3 Varus.
Da. Znaš kako je? Znači, ja tebi ne mogu da opišem. Varus sa 2 itama u ovom gameu ima više prostora da radi nego Korki sa 3.
Varus ne postoji u ovom gameu, ne znam.
Ne, znam ja, ali kao, ako se dogodi da slučajno ga puste da napada, da basicuje, ako dobi jedan kill sa Ragebladeom, on ubija sve.
Ti misliš da... Evo.
Mislim da da. Mislim, on ide na terminus sljedeći item. I na terminusu je samo Beyond Broken. Mislim, ne bi trebali dobiti, 26 minut nema šanse da su jači. Ali tipa 35.
Kako 35 za 2 minuta je Dragon, za 3 minuta je Baron? Šta rade oni?
Nebitan ti je Soul ovdje, nemaju ni dovoljno tankine sad da Emotion Soul bude toliki value. Jak je, ali...
Korijana nema flash.
Oni su u ekstremnom problemu, slažemo se, oni su baš u problemu. Ne znaš šta je bilo Jackie za malo čudan, iskreno roa. Ali okej. Notifikacije divde, my bad, ljudi, zaboravio sam notifikacije, danas dokačim svugde. Tako da, my bad, ali nema veze. Ostaće na kanalu ko nije video, tako da može da vidi Let's posle. Ali sviđa mi se Jackie's build, mako ko je čudan. Roa, Deadcaps,
Pa zato što je bio 5-0 i onda...
Otišao. Korki, Mova, Mortis. Korki će užasno dopadne ovaj game.
Fiesta je krenuo dobro i onda je samo mesto.
Dale Blanc. Samo me čuju, ne čuju se. Da baš ulazim u mikrofon skroz. Ne, okej. Pogledat ću. Ja sam malo sa strane, vjerojatno me čujete na jednoj slušalici, ali nema veze. Tako smo se podijelili, Klara i ja. O, javi se ti ako treba. Može. Ja, sad ću ja da stanem na mesto. Stanem na mesto, sednem na mesto. Nešto na mesto. Tiho ovo malo, jest? Što je najjače, ja mislim da nije, Drake im nije vinkon. Uopšte mislim da im Drake nije vinkon, ovaj Drake je bait. Ekipa Vitalitija, jedino ko dobija ovde value od Ocean Sola je Renekton. A vidjeli ste koliko je on brzo umro od Orijane. Is by himself, but no one's going to pull the trigger on Giant X just yet. Fiesta on a ward clears that out. Giant X sent scurrying to their own jungle.
Nocturne Orianna combo. We know how deadly it can be. Isma and Jackis. They are the only ones right now in Giant X that can win the fight for them. Warren and Alistar and Varus, they're all follow-up. The main orchestra is the Orianna Nocturne.
Let's check. Fiesta there. Shadow Shockwave, it's in! It's a Shadow Shockwave of swords! Call the Forge God, but even though it looks...
Oni okreću. A što mi je krivo što ovo Klara sad ne vidi, ali ovo je scale. Ovo je bukvalno samo scale. Evo. Ne igraju, outscalovani su. I ovo će biti Baron. Kako je Klara otišla, tako su Giantsi krenuli da vinaju game. Ne mogu outscale, outscale je stvar, oni su previše ubili, pikaš Lisin Renekton LeBlanc zvuči kao meme comp. Kao zvuči kao nešto si pikovo da stompaš u 20 minuta, ali ne može, Karzi ne radi damage. LDR Infinity.
Onto Karzi, and look at Fiesta, he cannot see anything. Jackis is hitting him over the wall. Jackis didn't have flash, but he was just standing in this pocket, so he can still access the Dragon Pit and do damage while being safe. Nako gets him in the end, but has to commit his
Oh my god, nice. Bro, okay, this is not the Nocturne Orianna from like last splits. These ones are hitting.
That's very true, you know what? We're not seeing whiffs this time around. We don't have to revisit the VODs, this is beautiful. Giant X are really taking advantage of Vitality, and to be fair, Karzi, Linces both found in that last fight, as you said it yourself, Finn. Those were the core targets. Baron now acquired, 2000's all that separates, and with those Ornn items, that's really nothing in the state of this game.
And the winds of victory has totally shifted now in favor of Giant X. Now it's Vitality that's under pressure. It's Vitality that has to find a miracle play, a miracle flank from Nako, a Lince's kick, a 5-man engage from Fleshy.
Da. Ti kako si otišla, tako su vinali fight. Kako si otišla, tako su vinali fight. Ali to ono što sam ti rekao, ne mogu outscale ih. Znači ne moraš, ako ću blame. Bolji scale-aju. Ne mogu da igraju.
Ja ne vjerujem.
Karzi ne radi ništa. Varus je prejak. Varus na 4 itema ti jači nego Korki s ovim buildom na 6. Valja ovo. Da? Probat ću jedno baš. Na pauzi između ovog i sljedećeg gema, pošto će Giantsi da vine.
Nema šans.
Vinaju. Ne, već se odscalovali.
As they will just hinder his damage output. Fiesta hasn't even got his third item yet. Look at Jackie's. 1, 2, 3, 4 items in total finished.
Kar si izgubio od shopkeepera. Gledao i bijel video kozaka, bio u fazonu mogu ja to.
Call the Ford God only gets a knock up on the Fleshy. Assyrian charge good, but Isma now needs to run away. That TP on the spot. It's the mega raid boss that Jun is now waiting for. Sends him in the air. He's got GA back up and available. Goes into dominance. Naknako turns his target onto Oscarina, but the stuns keep flying through. Vitality can't layer any damage because the CC never ends.
And it's a lot of action for no kills.
Ne mogu da zamislim, mislim, Mato, ako budem video Voltaic Bolts na Korkiju, izbiću sebi oko u studiju sa viljuškom, ne s kašikom, ne s kutlačom. Ne ovako. To ne čitam naglas. Nebitno je, a Sol je nebitan. Legitimno je nebitan Sol.
Any items you want to talk about, Finn? Anything for Vitality?
Vitality nema kako koristi ovaj Sol. Renekton Zonja. Okay.
Seekers, yeah.
That's a little bit golden. Hello, Blue. Were you walking? Okay, you're good. Naknako is still very ahead. That's a 6k gold lead almost. 5.6k individual gold lead. That is massive for a top laner.
True.
And does have level 19, gonna get level 20, gonna be a golden crocodile in next team fight. I think Naknako's flash is crucial.
Yep.
Look at Jackie's. He's not buying Sonya's.
Oh, okay.
Jackie's ham. Znaš što će builda zadnje?
A Lince's kick, a Fiesta chunk into Naknako flashed on.
Ne, Event Horizon. Ne znam šta builda uopšte.
He still is mortal. And he still is an able target from Vitality. Vitality already first here, Lince's.
A ne builda Sterax na range heroju ne radi. Ne builda Sterax na range. On builda Black Cleaver na Korkiju. Da će se povrediti. Builda Black Cleaver na Korkiju! 5 soma mesečno! Da lik napravi Black Cleaver na Korkiju? Ne. To vidi, postoje dosta stvari koje je okej, ali ovo nije okej. Hoži, bote bože.
They need to send it onto Jackie's or Blackout, but Jackie's is really the main carry.
Ne, Kevine.
I think they need to create more angles. I think someone needs to come from here. Maybe Fiesta goes from a different angle, because right now it's 2 angles.
Kevine, ne pričamo o tome. Ne. Korki builda Black Cleaver. Gle flekta, gle. Juuu, Oriana, klep, ne mogu vidi ovo. Ovo je Ace, nisu jednog čoveka izgubili. Znači, unplayable je za Vitality. Evo, Klara pobegla iz sobe, ne može da gleda. Ne može da gleda.
Fiesta's not going to give it over. He jumps back, looks to take Jackie's, and eventually, no, Isma tells Jackie to take notes one more time as we go to a game 3 with a beautiful display of a team fight.
Vitality tried to find the hero moment. Lince's on the flank, tried to find the kick. But I think he chose the wrong target, Asterix. I don't think Varus is the main man. I think it had to be on the Oriana. And in the end, Vitality completely lose the fight. And Giantex, they will not take this sitting down. They will definitely go and fight back for a game 3 win.
Naknako just lost with a 4,700 gold lead in game 2. That looked done and dusted, but Vitality let go of the ball. And I have to say, Jun's pulverized.
Ne. Black Cleaver, znači, ne ovako. Bukvalno ne ovako. Dobro, pauzica, imamo još jedan game, taman malo još da se družimo večeras, tako da 10 minuta pauzica, odu uzem kafu i ljudi moji nastavljamo dalje. Ali jako fun game. GG's, tu smo za 10 minuta.
How about game 3 now? Because the first one, you guys got wiped off the rift completely. Jackie's, tell me what the most important thing is going to be in this game 3.
I mean, I think we need to play a draft that's more our style, to be fair, because we are playing the slow comps into their fast comps, and we are both fast teams, and yeah, I think we are a bit shaky in the early game, and they are doing well, so we just need to just be more ready, honestly.
Love it. I'll let you go back to your team, and we'll see for game 3. Nice analysis there. What do you guys think about that? Having to match those comps a little bit, because that's not really how they want to be playing.
Honestly, I think The more I'm on the analyst desk, the more I think I could be a League of Legends head coach.
Yeah?
Well, because like what happened after game one? I said this draft just doesn't suit Giant X at all. They need to go back to what's working for them. And then this draft, I think we all thought we can see what they're trying to do, but as Jackie's very eloquently said, the early game wasn't quite it. But when they managed to all press their buttons on people, hey, presto!
Yeah.
The enemy disappears. Isn't that amazing?
I think Vitality helped them out of it.
Oh, yeah, Vitality hardened it.
Yeah.
Like, no...
He said it, right? I thought the game was over at 10.
No disgrace to Giant X. They fought back valiantly, but unless Vitality had decided to hand them a few things...
I'm surprised he didn't say early game. Like, I feel like the early game has been the biggest difference maker, because, like, this game, yeah, you can say the draft is kind of slow.
That is what he said. He said our drafting for the early game is weaker.
But
I guess, like... You know.
Would you think the draft? I mean, I guess LeBlanc Lee Sin is kind of the strongest early game you can have.
Very heavy early skirmish,
and
right?
Renekton, actually, yeah, he's right.
You agree
That's why he's the pro player. I agree with him.
Cool, let's wrap it up. Let's go.
Cool.
There's a couple of... Is there anything else you want to say about this draft before we move on?
No, I think Giant X, like, you can see where they're going. I was interested by the Varus build with the pure on-hit Static Shiv Ginsu's Terminus. Terminus got buffed on 25-15, and I was expecting to see a little bit more of it, but we were discussing whether it would be nicer just to go pure AP.
I thought when you go static, you want to go for the AP route, because, like, otherwise you just go to Bork, because it's stronger, like, early game spike. I guess it kind of made sense that he went static when you looked at, like, how he played the mid-waves, like, so much wave clear, and he had really good damage later on in the game, but you can see how weak he was in the early game, especially with that build. Like, static build components are pretty...
Oh, it's hell.
You also didn't like Karzi's build.
I hate
What do you like?
I don't know. If we can pull Karzi's build up, please. Maybe alongside... Actually, just show the Drake fight at 29 minutes. That will show the build better than I could ever. Like, Karzi finished this game with 0 crit, which is fine. You can go kind of Brewster Corky. I don't like it. I think crit is better. But in this fight, why do we have Maw on Corky? What does it do? Like, this is a game where you're playing against Nocturne Orianna.
Oh, look at the spell. He had a big shield there for a second.
Yeah, it was crazy. But in this game, Vitality had 2 GAs, and it was on Linces and Naknako. They had a stopwatch on Naknako. Like, why do we not have Sonius on Fiesta, either stopwatch or GA on Karsi, and then what does Nocturne Orianna do?
It's true.
They can't do anything.
I think it's true.
I mean, I entirely agree. We have also seen Giant X try this sort of composition in the past. I think Jackie's mentioned it in the game. He was like, hey, this time it's working. So maybe they were just hoping that they would fail the Nocturne Orianna combo a few times, but I entirely agree with Jack. Not adding a luxury safety item when you're 7k ahead as a team it's foolish, is the kindest way to say that.
It's a little bit crazy. And I do think for Vitality, it's like something we've seen over and over and over and over, and I'm a big fan of Vitality. I love the way they play. I love their play style, but this is just so annoying as a fan to watch, right? I'm sure everybody at home is just lamenting at how this keeps happening, and this is what makes me like, I know they have Fiesta and he's new, but this isn't Fiesta's fault. This is clearly something that happens to Vitality a lot.
I think this is the difference maker between, like, our good teams and our top teams. I think our good teams can have really good early games. We see with Na'Vi, we see with Vitality, but they don't have this, like, feeling of, like, no matter what happens, they're going to win in the late game, right? Like, in the final fight, I think they're, at that point, Vitality's comp has just kind of fallen apart. They're trying to look for some flanks, they're trying to look for some things, but they've lost that magic that they had in the early game where they can just one-shot one target.
Importantly, all credit to Giant X for the way they play this fight.
Yeah.
Like, they have Linces tracked through their own jungle, which is not something we see our teams often do. They had a control ward in the Pixel Bush, they had a ward at their Razor Beaks, they had a ward around the other side of the med buff, so they knew exactly where Linces was coming, and we could hear it while we were sitting in the crowd. They were calling, it's like, hey, let him engage, headbutt pulverize, immediately, 3-man knockup, you have the combo on top of that. It's basically impossible for Vitality to play because of the level of coordination that Giant X have there. I think Vitality will rue the fact they went for the Baron instead of setting up for the Ocean Soul. I think they'll rue the fact that when they had the Baron, a couple of people just got caught off for no reason. I think they'll rue the fact that they didn't build Seekers and they didn't build Guardian Angel, but all credits to Jackie's and to Giant X. It's not an easy game to come back from, and they managed to do it well.
No, because it's one thing to have that wombo combo in your back pocket of knowing what to do, but then doing it 3 times in the most important moments of the game. I also think in terms of the Alistar Pulverize, to name one, right? The way that Varus had to play around it. And it reminds me a little bit of the clip you showed before we got into this match, where they went, it was versus MKOI, right? But where they had a similar situation where they pressed the go button and they executed perfectly. This even harder, I guess, because it's the whole team.
Yeah, I think like Giant X for sure are looking more coordinated with this roster swap. I also think like the resilience is quite a bit higher when I think of Flakkid. He's always a player that's quite cheerful, quite bringing good vibes. I could imagine if this was like Noah going 0-3, everybody just shuts down a little bit quiet. But I know that Flakkid is a guy that when he's 0-3, he's still going to be suggesting plays, thinking about ways that he can come back into the game. And that's something that they need, especially going into this game number 3. Because I think Vitality will not be giving them the same angles that they give in this game 2. They looked cocky. They thought they had the game won after they got the Nash. They thought it was done and dusted. So they won't be making those mistakes. But if Giant X can still be even more resilient, draft a better early game comp for themselves, maybe we'll have an actual really good game 3 here.
Maybe. And game 3 is coming up right after this. We'll see it if Vitality or Giant X take home the win.
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
Nah, it's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna last.
And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
Let's go.
Alistar no option in
They TP as well.
Kick.
I look. Ori will die. Ori dead.
Doctor? No. I will ult by the way. I will look. I'm ulting. No, Kiri. Look, I'm gonna
Yeah.
Call the push.
Heal flash. I'm gonna listen.
Corki.
Listen there.
Corki. Okay. Nice.
I'm gonna come look. I'm fan. I'm ranked.
Yeah. Boom.
Yo, all good.
Nice. Look, correct. Corki. I come back later, okay?
Penta.
Commit.
The Penta was not given. It was taken in the end by Isma, but the funniest part was that Vitality actually had that game too. Maybe GIANTX shouldn't have been in that position, but slowly, surely, the dominoes started falling, Finn.
I mean, it was a gambit by Vitality to draft like that.
It was a gambit.
What I do like about Vitality so far is that they come into every single draft with a clear goal. Game 1, the pick and roll comp. Divide, rumble, Ari, make picks happen and roll over the opposing team.
Yep.
Game 2, full early game. Full strong lanes, early skirmishing jungler. It didn't work out. They didn't win the game, but I liked how decisive they were in their drafts. And I wonder where they will take us now in this game 3, because the sky's the limit for this team.
Yeah, and while on the other side, GIANTX have shown that they can actually pull the pieces together, we go into a game 3 where, yeah, you're right, anything's possible. The sky is the limit, I think, for both these drafts. Finn, can you go any faster than that? Do you think you can play another fast comp?
Faster would be difficult. It would have to be like some Pantheon top, Nidalee jungle.
Okay, Nidalee doesn't have Renekton though.
Yeah, but just Pantheon. Nidalee was a thing back in the day. Has a similar thing, but yeah, Pantheon is banned, so they can't go for that anymore.
Maybe we could have a snowballing Kindred comp with a mage bot.
Sure. I think what's more realistic is a high Cassio prio, because why? Pushing lanes. Pretty good.
Yep.
It will say, some would say. And Cassio,
Vitality fishing for it.
Yeah, Syndra ban already coming out. Yorick ban, so it's a Cassio Jace trade right now. Now, Naknako, do you want to really take the Jace and leave your mid laner versus the Cassio? Or do you take the Cassio here and say I can play against the Jace?
Surely the Cassio leaves as a flex rather than the Jace that is a little bit more consigned in the LEC to top. So Cassio gets locked in. Jace is obviously going to be a slam dunk here. With support, Finn, because maybe I'm starting to think Caitlyn lane's here. I'm starting to think about what can be down in bot. We get a Jarvan insta.
Yeah.
No Rumble available, obviously.
No, you have your options here. You can pick your bot lane here. You can pick AD and support. You can pick something like... what do you want to play? You can play... Maybe you just drop bot lane actually, because you don't really want to pick any champion right now into Jarvan. You could go Victor. It's still up and available.
I mean, Trundle's so specific, isn't it? I'm just throwing out junglers as well, Finn.
Yeah, I mean, Lucian, Milio.
You're looking at bot still, yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. It's a good bot lane. Okay. Sure, Milio doesn't love the Jarvan, but Lucian is one of the better AD carries into the Jarvan. Still, but Cassio will also struggle against Jarvan, so we'll see. Strong bot lane coming out from Vitality. Wants to play aggressive. Nautilus into Milio, one of the best supports, can just lock him down with that dredge line and the ultimate. But I wonder what Naknako has in store for us against this Jace, because he's the one in trouble right now. Vitality traded the power picks, took the Cassio, and gave over to Jace.
Yep. So they've got an answer, right? Because top lane needs to be banned away. I'm looking at them hover the Olaf. That now gets locked in as a ban for GIANTX. What else are you giving comfort to for Jace?
I mean, into Jace, there's no real winning matchups anymore.
You just go tank, like maybe Cassante needs to be taken off.
I mean, you have two options. You go for a tank.
Yep.
Try to nullify the enemy power pick and create an even game state in the top side, so your bot side will be stronger.
Right.
Or you pick a very volatile champion. Because if you want to counter Jace, you're going to have to play something volatile. Quinn is not good into Jace.
Okay.
But like, in theory, you can play like Akali, Aurelia, Jace, and Aatrox, I mean, not Jace.
Yeah.
But none of these champions are winning into Jace. They can just fight against him. But you're going to need to send a lot of resources up there. The standard pick is Cassante or Sion. And is where I think we'll see Naknako go, probably on the Cassante. Meanwhile, for GIANTX, they still need an AD carry. And they still need a mid laner. Unless they just go mid, but it's not.
A Nivea ban.
Yeah.
They're really making sure that Jackies get the foot down and that the Cassio has a good time.
I wonder if Aurora is still an option into Cassio. It's something that Jackies was really good on before. Playing these bursty mid lane mages. You can also go for something like a Way. What's his Seraphine AD carry if it's locked in?
Would you?
I think.
You think?
I'm hearing the players laugh right now on stage as the Seraphine is locked in.
It's not Seraphine mid, is it?
I mean, I assume it's going to be Seraphine bot, something that Flacked played a lot 2022 when he was on G2.
Okay.
He Flacked and Targamas, Senna Seraphine was one of the main picks of that G2 title winning 2020 spring team. But Seraphine into Milio doesn't sound very good. That's like my main concern right now.
Oh.
Sejuani running Aatrox.
Sejuani
Aatrox, baby. So yeah, we talked about it. If you want to counter the Jace, you need to pick something volatile. Aatrox into Jace is a bad matchup. 1v1, he is losing. But together with Sejuani, you can fight there and you can snowball. Once you get one item, once you get those boots, so you can run him down in a long lane, Nako can set himself up to have a monster performance.
And who can chip through the Sejuani right now is my biggest question of Giant X. They lock in the Rise, that's a start. Rise slam down means that with the Seraphine as well, Finn, I see a bit of scaling, bit of range. You've told me how every comp operates so far. How does Giant X go for this one?
So Giant X, it's a kind of a 4-1 comp, because the Rise doesn't really want the team fight against Lucian Cassio. He gets outranged by Lucian cooling. He can't really run into Cassio. He wants to pressure side waves or side lanes and then just play behind his carries and peel the enemy divers off the Jace, off the Seraphine. Because what do they have? They have range. They have Jace with great poke. They have Seraphine with great all-in long-range engage. So it's going to be a long dance from Giant X. They need to make sure Oscar Rinnin is in a good spot, and they need to make sure he can stand on the objective and poke.
If I'm dancing with Vitality, how fast am I dancing this time around?
I mean, you want to dance quite slow.
I slow dance with them.
Against Vitality.
No fast dance. We're not doing like a salsa or a samba. This is like swing.
No, I think the dangerous thing about dancing with this Vitality are the flanks. Aatrox on the flank. No one in Giant X can deal with that.
Okay.
And Sejuani, she hasn't been in the meta for a long while, but her snap engage potential, Q Glacial Prison into a Miasma, into a potential cooling, into an Aatrox on the flank. Vitality has potential to force a lot of volatile, aggressive, quick plays.
It feels like it's a lot about Linsus then. How can he influence the top lane, get Nuko out, unleashed into a lead where he can do damage to silence and get those flanks off that you talk about Giant X not being able to deal with. For now, Giant X slowing things down. It worked in game number 2. Obviously a very different draft they're running into, but again, a similar idea where they need to pace themselves, get this Seraphine relevant, get this Rise on a side lane as you told us about. Make sure that Jace poke is landing as well. Dredgeline going to connect in a bit of trouble. Double beat drop as well. Hang on, we're starting off with Fiesta flashing over the wall. Almost dead, you're right. And Vitality can't do anything about it.
Yeah, and shutting down his power pick of Cassio. This was the first pick from Vitality, already flashing out.
Yeah.
It's a good sign for Giant X. We'll see. He's staying in lane, Hysterics. He's not recalling. And I think that's a weird decision against Rise, because Rise is the kind of champion that can lane lock you.
Yeah.
He can just completely push you in whenever he wants, with those flux, with those overpowers or overloads on the wave. But to me, the main matchup in the early game will be the top matchup.
Unless you decided to do this. Shot going to be burned, but doesn't get the damage down in the vicinity of this Milio. Fiesta's backing now, Finn. I guess he got a CS, and what did he think? He thought...
He thought this is a tough lane matchup right now. He has to recall. He's staying. He's back. But yeah, Nako into his Jace will struggle early. Jace does outrange the Aatrox, and there's a lot of mind games in this matchup.
Yeah.
The problem is, for Aatrox to reach Jace, he needs to QE forwards.
Right.
Yeah. But what if Jace, the moment you QE forward, goes hammer form, jumps on you and knocks you back?
Then you can't do anything, because my understanding of Aatrox is early. Those cooldowns are massive. That Spellweaver top lane bruiser.
It's a miserable matchup for Aatrox early. He can't really do anything. In the past, you can go Comet and just like, with your base damage, slowly chip down the Jace. Right now, it's not really possible. He's going for the Electrocute. I think it's really that level 7 mark. 4 points into your Darkened Blade.
Yep.
That's really when this matchup starts turning slightly in Aatrox's favor. But I expect Oscarinin to put the pressure down early game onto Nako.
Back at Jun. We keep looking at the bottom lane. The supports keep sending in the trades, mainly Jun. Last game on the Alistar had a fantastic comeback here on the Cow. this game on the Nautilus, the ability to set up the engage is there again. Notice that Linces went over a ward. We didn't talk about it, Finn, but obviously Isma, off the back of that invade, getting the flash out from Fiestas. Casio enabled deep vision from Isma, got some information with that as well, is clearing the bot side of his camps, and Linces fully under observation from GX in his first 4 minutes.
Yeah. Isma wants to invade Linces Raptors respawn. So he's pinging it. He's gonna base, open up together with Jun and maybe Jackis, and run straight there. Everyone is beelining for those Raptors from Giant X. You see them conga lining down here. Really want to deny that. Linces doesn't look like he's compelled to defend it. He's gonna take the top crab and give it up.
Top crab is going to be the trade-off. Pings are still going down. I see Fleshy moving into position.
Arcee is there as well.
How do they defend it? Full vision.
Arcee needs to be very careful. You can't face check here. Yeah, okay, he's fine.
Arctic Assault, will it be used? Winter's Flail as well. There's good base damage here that comes out. No melee users outside of Linces, so it's all up to him. Smite comes down. Linces gets it. It's a big win for the jungler of Vitality. Giant X trying to stick around, but they will go away empty-handed.
It's a double crab from Linces now with securing his own Raptors. There's one camp up on Isma. Will hit that early.
Evo mene. A nije Klara malo odmara, sad cooldownuje.
You know, Finn, while we get some lolling in the game with junglers just kind of trading out, bot lane looks like it's going to be an engage. I quickly want to bring up the fact that we didn't get to talk about top lane, but obviously on the side of Fnatic, and you and I were talking a lot about this in Story Meet, Oscar in it, maybe different role in Giant X here. He's a new addition to the team. Lot was in the previous split. Oscar joins in now. Obviously, this is not a good time as he flashes away. He's finally not on a tank fit.
I don't agree with how Graves handler talks after each split ending Fnatic. I don't think it was good. I didn't agree with being said regarding Fnatic. I think they kinda... Ne. Ne. Lik je solti na Fnatic, ja ne mogu da verujem. Ovo je šokantno što moje oči vide.
Jackie's might have to burn his. He pops Ghost instead. Permafrost. This is greedy from Jackie's. He should have flashed. He would have got out, but first blood goes over to Fiesta.
Jackie's holding his flash. Doesn't respect the Arctic Assault in the flash combo by Linces. And yeah, just greedy by Jackie's to stand around. He found out what's wrong there. Go, trade, electrocute.
These are great trades as well.
Yeah.
Oscar pulls out the gate, gets away with movement speed, but look at where the wave is, Finn.
Yeah, and Oscar just got back from his base. He's already recalling again.
It's like he's got to go back to the supermarket. He forgot something, but...
Yeah, he needs to buy the milk.
How much time is he wasting going back and getting that milk? Stuck in the aisle.
Some people just never come back when they do that.
No, they don't.
Lik je ja ne mogu da verujem, lik je u fazonu Fnatic mi je propastio imidž.
As he goes back now, he's going to get serrated Dirk, that's nice, but as he comes back, lane's going to be different. We look towards Dragon, Isma's doing this, but the movement from Fiesta comes first. Lince is going to take over, Patience resets a little bit, but Permafrost, there's great base damage. Isma looking for the trade, the steal, but it's not there. Arctic Assault in, Lince now has level 6 Finn, so here comes the Glacial Prison, and that's the threat that sends Isma away.
Yeah, but what can Giant X do? You're losing top right now in a winning matchup. We're not losing.
Ja sam u šoku šta je rekao Oskar, brate moj. Fnatic mu dao priliku da igra lec, lik je u fazonu. Strašno, strašno.
Oh my god. He's got Demonic Ascension, but he won't even need it. The Darkened Blade is enough, Finn.
Oscar's not playing this matchup correct. Every single time Oscar win in...
Nije Oscar igra tačno, nego Giantsi, braću. To što piše GX pa to zbunjuje ga malo.
It's a reaction speed test. Okay. If you see Aatrox QE forward...
Petrifying. Noxious Blast again is going to land onto Jackie's. Bit more damage. Flag and Dragon getting the flash out. Cataclysm. Fiesta has no way to get on out. He just burned the Summoner, but a Glacial Prison! Linces came from downtown. The Noxious Blast as well. Fiesta survives. Linces came from behind and froze Jackie's.
And Fiesta is running away with this game again. Game 1 on the Ori. Game 2 on the LeBlanc. Didn't end up winning the game. But this is the third fantastic early game.
Kako će Vitality da ih šutira, ja. Znate šta će da im uradi Vitality ovaj game? Znate vi koji nivo bola im Vitality nanosi u ovoj partiji? Znači ovo to je samo... Problematično, ljudi. To je ekstremno problematičan razvoj događaja, ja vama da kažem. Verujte meni na reč. Ubiće ih.
But that's not an ex-Miffy ult. That's a Lince's ult.
That's a Lince's ult, and hits the target means there's no damage from Jackie's. Ismail was relying on it in the Cataclysm, so Fiesta got the 1v1 that he never expected. 800 gold lead in the mid lane. We come back to Grubs. Linces doesn't have the ulti. That's a disadvantage. Isma might not as well, but they do have Oscar in, who's moved in 5 members over the Grubs. They're going to reset for the time being. The difference is this time, Vitality are matching rather than leaving Kazi in the bottom lane. They want to fight again, Finn, as Dredgeline doesn't connect. There's the culling. Soccer ball kick. And Kazi just backs on out. There's a good bit of poke. Grubs do go down for the exit. Giant X will get out safely.
Yeah. It's 1 for 2 Grubs. Not the big difference maker, but Lince's here.
Waiting. Blackhead going to walk over a ward. There's the flail. Permafrost not going to come through. Arctic Assault away. Flag and Dragons and 2-man. This is the trap, and Giant X react well. They've now got numbers, and Linces can't do anything. He came in thinking he'd find Blackhead, but Blackhead presses the ult.
Gotarinin?
Big mistake for Vitality.
I mean, Oscar got the kills, but the man who deserves an Oscar was Blackhead. Did you see his performance there?
He looked good.
He walked in completely, he knew everything that Vitality was trying to do. Meanwhile, Petrine Gaze goes out mid. Nothing happens. But yeah, he delivers an Oscar-worthy performance, and I mean that in an endearing way.
Casteri.
Knew where they were.
Casteri. Ne. Ja sam mislio mi imamo loše fore na desku. Ne, nema veze. Sve je to za ljude, ljudi moji, sve je to za ljude. Nekada moraju malo da zagrifaju kasteri. A ima ugao gdje on pusti da pogodi hook i onda kad krene da ga vuče Dredgeline, on klikne samo na njega i canceluje Dredgeline. Nije nemoguće da se to dogodi.
Now Isma is gonna cross map with a Raptors invade. Try to take back a little bit of gold for himself. And once again Vitality, after some early plays, is
kažem, nije nemoguće. Teško je, ali nije nemoguće.
Trend for this Vitality lineup. Keep giving plays over to GX, but then again, it is Europe. We do love our pros. So
true. But then again, it is Europe.
I can't hold it against them.
That's one of your greatest quotes this year. You're not wrong. You know, I've enjoyed this series for many different reasons. Last series gave us a little bit to worry about.
Samo je skill bio stvar, prošli put iskreno ništa drugo.
Oscarinen just got fed 2 kills off of the acting from Flacket. Is he back in the matchup? Are we back to... No, we're not. I think Oscar's getting frozen on again.
I mean, it's all about knowing the interactions. I was trying to go into it before, but basically every single time Aatrox Qs you, or QEs forward, you need to react by going into melee range.
Right.
Queuing him, yes.
Uči kako da igra, brat.
You press R, you press Q on him, and then you hit him with an out-tag and you knock him away. You proc storm in the surge, you run away from there. But he's just giving him the QEs.
Run gaze, Cataclysm as well. Fiesta's going to be sunned up, double beat drop as well. Perfect from Flacket. The Seraphine so far setting up nicely as Isma keeps pulling the trigger, and now it's working more and more. Fiesta dead, Dragon up.
Flacket on the Seraphine. It's not his first rodeo on his champion. He knows how to make the plays happen. First act on the top side now, catching out Fiesta.
A mogli su, ali izgleda baš lokaju na...
I will say, not buying Mercs on Casio might be a little bit greedy.
Demonic Ascension finds Oscarinen. Is he going to go hammer form? Finn, he's going to flash instead. He dodges away looking for the Q as Realm Wolf's going to bring in Jackie's 1 versus 2. The Rude up, Knuckle about to
Nope. Ne, nije. Za malo, ali ne.
He was close getting the last auto on Oscarinen, but he will survive with the help of Jackie's Roam.
He misreads the flash from Oscarinen. Oscarinen flashes away. He goes for the Q-free flash to predict it. Doesn't find it. A great cover from Jackie's. Now shuts down the Aatrox and sets Oscarinen up even more. Say what you want about Oscarinen's trades this game, but the way Giant X is playing around him is really facilitating him in this game.
Good.
And he's set up for success now. A 1k goal lead, boots of swiftness and U-moves. He is in a very good spot.
Dredgeline not going to connect. Jackie's is holding his ground more though. Rod of Ages has been matched and built by both these laners who are going head-to-head. Fiesta the only one with the lead. Oscarinen able to pick up a bit more farm and equalize the lead that Knucknucko had. 10 CS is all he's behind now as Dredgeline about to come through, but the minion wave is in the way as Flacket looks to hold down mid.
It's been a quiet game from Karsi so far. I haven't really seen him included into any play. 0-0-0 on Delusion. To me, that's really where I'm waiting for Vitality to do something, include cars in the place. You have this Lucian Milio. Now one item on the Lucian is really when he wants to start dashing forward and look for these chunks. Try to push the game forward. Dragon spawning in 4 minutes, so quite some time away. Vitality is still comfortably stacking them. See how tough the matchup gets now. The spacing with the Swifties boots and the Yumus make this matchup unbearable.
I Radule, vidit ćemo kakva je posle situacija. Vidit ćemo kakva je situacija posle.
Finn's trying to coach you here.
Matchup doesn't change.
Yeah. Level 11 picked up. Demonic Ascension now leveled. Q doesn't hit here, so Dark and Blade going to go into Q2. Oscarin dodges that as well. He goes into Cannon form to try and find something. Lenses finds out Isma, who just got Scuttle level advantage here for Isma, but he's going to use it to flag and drag out. Instead, we get a 1v1 up in the top lane. Oscarin doesn't get pulled back by the Infernal Chains. The kiting is good into the Demonic Ascension. An auto to heal up. Q1, 2. 3 has no flash, by the way, so Nako cannot follow up for the dunk down. And Oscar getting better at spacing his top lane opponent while the depth charge comes towards mid. Relentless pursuit and a flash. Stretch line still going to connect. And Flacker's ulti once again. The flag and drag. The dunk.
Boga mi Giantsi, moram da priznam, brate, nije ovo loše. Ja sam mislio će njih Vitality da išutira, ljudi moji, samo tako iskreno.
Oscar now finally stable in the top side, allows Isma and Flacket to work in tandem like this, making picks. Look at this stretch line, or this ult from Jun sets it up. Carsey tries to run all the way back to his own tower, but Jun will find him in every universe as the follow-up from Isma comes in and just picks up an easy kill on Carsey.
Jun on engaged champs. I mean, I feel like this guy was our best Nico support in the league for a long time alongside Noah. I feel like Jun has been one of the best engaged players throughout the few years that we've seen him on our stage. And Finn, I'm glazing him again. He's 0-0-3. He's been great on this Nautilus. Was great on the Alistar for the comeback last game as well.
I always think about his rel, to be honest. Back in 2025, when he was on Fnatic, he was always finding these crazy relling ages. Now the camera is backed up here. Nako needs that first item. You don't want to fight right now. Dredge line, don't come out. He has to dash over the wall.
Lenses is there.
Pojavio se Bruiser Karci. To jest malo unlucky, iskreno, šta radiš?
Ulti misses though, he flashes away regardless. Cullen comes out, he's rooted in place. Isma now looks for the flag and drag. 3 versus 3. Nako also moved down. Giant X aren't going to take that fight.
Yes, there is some bot now. Waves being dropped by Giant X. What are you looking for right now? Because Fiesta is moving up, slithering up that river. And he wants to contest Giant X. You have dropped the wave. You haven't really got anything. Sure, Sejuani has the ult, but the Herald is the target of Vitality.
Towards top. Nako, you're probably going to see him in a moment. Send the trade. Thank you, observers. Infernal Chains.
U stvari je Fnatic kriv za sve.
To bring Oscar in and back in, but he consistently, Finn, puts out the acceleration gate. He plays around that trade, and even though it's not perfect, now there you go. You finally get to see it. The bot back as well. He builds the space. Nako's only got a Q3, goes Demonic Ascension. He doesn't have his flash, but he resets into that Q as well. Oscar's spacing it out.
I mean, the Swifties are just the game breaker.
You're right.
For Nako, it's so difficult to find these connecting Qs onto a Jax that has so much movement speed, the spacing around. Oscarin does it nicely. It's a good pickup by him.
Face check, a bit of a mistake. Infernal Chain's going to bring him in, so he flashes. Dangerous.
Right at the last timing there, flashes out. I think old Aatrox W would put him in there, but now after the change, doesn't get yanked back. Nako has flash advantage in a bit. Could look for something.
It's that Canon. Minions will go down, he'll be able to walk up. Oscar's going to back away.
Yeah, let's see what he's buying. If he's going for the Eclipse, definitely has the components for it.
You think it's Eclipse?
Could also be a Death Stance, but I think that's a little bit more odd.
For a first item, you think?
Yeah. I think it's going to be the Eclipse. Did get buff this patch.
True.
Ne znam, kasteri mnogo vole Oscarinina, to sam izvalio, nije meni jasno, iskreno. To iskreno ni ja ne razumijem zašto, brate, mnogo ga vole. Užasno ga vole. Da, ali to je, ali Oscarinina baš babysituju haos, što se tiče kastovanja.
Sneaky angle as well, forcing Giant X away. They're getting scared. This third dragon for Vitality could be huge. Isma sent backwards, but not Infernal Chained.
Where's the third dragon for Vitality? Once again, putting Giant X on soul point. Or they are on soul point, forcing a Giant X to now walk into them. Herald will probably charge on mid.
Probably.
And Giant X, we're once again going into a fourth dragon where Giant X is forced to contest Vitality. You now have 4.5 minutes to prepare for next Drake. Because that's the fight that will decide if you can contest this game. Because if you give Vitality this early soul, I don't see GX contesting them anymore.
Yeah, okay. I mean, anything could happen around that 4th Drake.
Yep.
But Oscar, he knows Nuckunucko's there. The Eclipse for the Aatrox now picked up. Let's see how the trades go now. Needs that second shot, needs the damage to follow through. Oscar's going to go into hammer form. He sends himself up, and that's a bit of a mistake, isn't it, Finn? Infernal Chains. Close call.
Scary, scary. If that Q connects, Oscarinen was as dead as a donut.
So I'm guessing when he goes hammer form, he goes in the minion wave and full commits with Q. That's like an easy punish, right, for the Aatrox?
Yeah. I mean, the moment. I mean, if Aatrox, if you can just land your Q into W, that forces Jace on the retreat, then he can't hit you anymore.
Ulti though misses, whiffs. That one's a little bit more like X-Smithy, but it won't matter. Look at the damage. Eclipse comes out and Linces is there to get the melee charge.
Yeah, no mercs, no Tabai. You are just a squishy Jace with swiftness. Doesn't matter how fast you can dance. If you get CC'd and went on. Heals being picked up by Vitality, while Giant X cross map on the top side. Still 3.5.
A još jedan Drake i oni su na konju.
2k goal lead. Make that 1.8 for Giant X. They are still in control this game.
But that top gold lead has slimmed down again. That CS gap has grown again. It was 1,000 a couple of minutes ago where Oscar regained his steps back into the game. But Finn, as you said, it is a slow dance here. No one's really doing anything like the Samba in this 3rd game. And for Nuckunucko, that's okay. He's slowly dancing his way towards that 2nd item now. And the Eclipse has shown to be already a bit of power. Level 14 versus 12, or 13 rather, for Oscarinen is the level lead.
Yeah, what I would like to see is, I want Isma to use this Cataclysm once before Dragon. Preferably in this common minute.
Right.
Get a flash,
okay.
Get a pick. Use your ultimate cooldown 2.5 minutes before Drake, so it will be up again when it spawns.
Maybe now's the time. He's looking for an angle. Guess who he's found? Fiesta backing over the wall. Realm Warp with Oscarinen on the way as well. That's 3 members. They won't just find a flash, they'll find a kill. Flash wasn't up for Fiesta. That was about 20 seconds off. This top side for Giant X. Pings are going down, but I don't think they're starting Baron.
And it's a good pick. I asked him to do
Ne, vole Oscara House, vole Oscara.
Carsey on the mid wave wants to get those crystallizes on the tower. Can't really get him. But yeah, you really have that free timer. When it's 3.5 to 2 minutes before Dragon, you basically have 1.5 minutes of free space to just press your Cataclysm on anyone, because it will be back up again for that Dragon. So getting a kill, getting a flash, getting anything really to put yourself in a better position to take that Dragon fight is super important. If you're a jungler that wants to learn how to snowball, that's one of the good talents to have.
Okay, well, that talent is opening up again. Cataclysm's going to be up, as you said, for the Dragon fight, or moments before it. Isma scouting out. As his jungle was taken in front of his eyes. Lens is just getting a little bit frisky in that jungle. But for now, it's still Giant X with a bit of gold on their backs. They're trying to get deep in here, Finn, and see what they can do. Threaten Nuckunucko, maybe. Put this Aatrox down a peg. He does have flash available. And so Linces is covering in case Jun moves up and they make the play.
Nuckunucko, level 16 would be amazing to get for him before Drake. I don't think that's realistic. Still 1 minute until you get that. Aatrox level 16, a fantastic spike. Increases the bonus AD you get from that ultimate by so much.
Yep.
Really turns you into an actual demon. But no, we'll probably level.
Neka, to je okej.
Let's chase a little bit later, but
to je okej.
setting up a little bit of shallow vision around the Baron to make sure that GX will not randomly rush that, but I don't think GX has the option to rush Baron anyway, because they really need to deny this Dragon.
See, Nuckunucko, he wanted to reset. I'm curious about that second item. Looks like a Sterex or Shojin. Shojin,
I think it's Shojin. It could be a Sterex. It's not impossible that it's a Sterex.
But you're thinking Shojin, more damage, more ability haste, output to trade. He's going to go top turret for now at the very least. He does have TP, 30 seconds till Drake. He might be able to back up this as well.
I think read for this item would be a huge pickup, because they don't really mind playing as 4. Like the Cassio, the Lucian, they have the range and the counter engage. Cassio will block the engage from the enemy team, and Lucian has the range to poke together with Emilio. And yeah, 15 seconds. Aatrox has teleport available. Will he go from the front, or will he try to flank here? Try to get a weird angle. Yeah, that's the word I would have chosen as well, Nuckunucko.
Okay.
That will allow you to now walk and E over the pit here, sneak in there, or potentially even take the portal and flank from this angle.
Found on a ward for now. Spotted out, but Shojin was picked up in the end. He presses E over the wall. He's going to find Isma for a bit of opening damage. Hextech Dragon gets the slow as well. Flag and drag onto Nucker. There's the dunk. Demonic Ascension. Jackie's going to challenge him, but 5 members of Giant X, they're not turning their heads just yet. Fiesta picks an angle that he can try and get a petrifying gaze for, and he finds the
dobar.
Deuce and roar again. Nucko here to clean it up, and the fight's done. Cancel it, Finn. Giant X lose soul, lose Hextech soul.
Ode Soul I ode verovatno game s ovima, mislim.
Screams this series to a halt.
And I don't know what Fiesta had this morning for dinner, for breakfast, for lunch. He is playing out of his mind today here.
Ovo je interesantno. Pa bilo bi cool da dozvoli, iskreno, mislim, nemam pojma. Kapiram da jednog igrača tamo vamo, ne vidim zašto da ne, iskreno, nemam pojma.
And now on the Casio, finding the crucial team fight win for Vitality, and that will be Soul and Baron. Look at him, hiding here in Banana Bush, sidesteps the Nautilus Q and immediately punishes, allowing Naknako to just have free reign in the back line of Giant X. He didn't need to flank, he just needed his mid laner to make that play.
Oh yeah, cleans up June at the end. Realm Warp gets out the rest of Giant X, or at least tries to. But Fiesta silences Giant X's chances at that dragon. Hextech Soul is a bit of a game finisher, Finn. Has been for a few years now, I feel. The best Soul's acquired.
Especially with Lucian.
Oh,
when you look with those callings on mid-wave, getting a free slow with your calling just allows you to hit all those bullets. I think Lucian getting either Cloud Soul or Hextech Soul is just by far the best one, and now I assume Carsey will be a menace with this. Also Naknako going towards what I assume to be the Sterex. Everything is looking up for Vitality right now. Gold lead is quite even still, but a Soul and a Baron buff is worth so much more than gold.
Skorinen looking for a play top, but mid is just open. Kazi's moving up with Fleshy with that Baron buff. You can see that they're going to cover Nucko, at least the rotation that Giant X was trying to make. There's the ulti onto Isma, he's caught out. They put down the Miasma again to stop him from flag and dragging. He gets slowed, he's poisoned, he's dead.
Burning.
Kazi will follow him and take him to the grave. A Winter's Flail out on Jun, he can't survive. And Fiesta now screams at Flackard. A culling to the flush out of Jackie's. Autos onto Oscarinen. This one is Vitality running into the enemy base.
Vitality wants to go to 4-2 after a weird and sloppy start over in Paris.
Oh yeah.
This would be the
vidi. Realno, brate, LFL-u I bijelu može. Ali da, ne mogu u istom splitu da igraju, mislim da je to problem. To znam.
Is looking like a worthwhile investment.
He is indeed, Finn. Let's look at the replay here. The catch out in Isma's own jungle.
Yeah, Isma walks in here, doesn't want to give up the red, but will get punished for it. As Flashy, Carsey flashes to follow up. And at this point, it's just easy. You have the soul, you have the pushing waves, you have the item spikes.
Oh dear, here we go again, and in a choke as well. Nucko might be sacrificing his life, but not even then. Baron's going to help out push the minions, so the turret is in danger too. Isma needs to get in the Realm Orb or try to get out. He's going to Cataclysm but get dunked down in the process. The chase continues, the petrifying gaze as well, and the demon flies, thrives, and contrives as Vitality run for the last. The death knell of a culling for the triple of Kazi. And Vitality going to end it right here.
Vitality, what a bounce back, will now march on to the nexus of Giant X.
Svetsko će biti kasnije, da. Ali izgubili su game, ali mislim bio njihovi drugi, iskreno, nemam pojma.
What a good play.
A 4-win streak, you said, Finn. Vitality are back. Game 2 is interesting, you said. I mean, that could have been a win as well. We could have ended this one early. But Vitality's early games are to be studied, as our third best team in the league right now is the B.
No, lepo, treći, da.
I think it's absolutely valid to think they are the third best team. I think they have strong lanes, they have strong mid games. They are a little bit over all the entire map sometimes, rough around the edges, but they've got a lot of soul in this Vitality lineup. You can vote for your Kia player of the series. Nucko, Linces, or Fiesta.
Ooh, hard.
It's a tough decision. I kind of want to give it to... Fiesta. It has to be the man.
It has to be, surely.
It has to be Fiesta. After that Cassie ult really solidified that performance for me.
Kind of insane. Vitality 4-2, 4-win streak. Paris was just a flash in the pan for them. And now the biggest question is, how do they round it out? When we are talking about the potential fall of MKOI, I am trying to click on Vitality's schedule because they've got Na'Vi, Fnatic, and Shifters left. And that is a very reasonable schedule for them.
Ma da, lagano Vorb, brate, najbolji kenč koga sam vidio u životu, ono, to je, nema šta. To nemaš brige za to, nebitno šta radiš, i run down, nema veze. Ja ću biti u fazonu, postoji strateški razlog zašto se ovo događa. Nema ništa se brineš, ono, I got you, bro, I got you.
But obviously I'm going to ask, why wasn't it a 2-0? Because you were so far ahead in that game too. Linces.
I think we just overplay so many situations. I feel
dobro, chill dan, iskreno.
So I think that will be the main focus.
Slabije ekipe danas svakako, ali eto, cool svako dimo šta se tu događa, bilo kako bilo. Ostavit ću intervju. Moram da im da će Zub da nastavi me ubija, ako me Zub bude ubio večera samo iskuliram, ako ne upalit ću stream. Tako da ostavljam ovo, sutra SK Fnatic, Shifters i G2, tako da jedan game će biti s tom, drugi ćemo vidjeti, bilo kako bilo, pauzica, pa se vraćamo nazad. Ja se nadam kasnije večeras. Vidimo se.
Yeah, I mean, for people, maybe it's just how Vitality plays, but we have really good plans in our minds, you know. I mean, on that second game after Nash, when we pull up to Drake, we knew that they can be cheesing us and stuff, but we still went for it, you know. So it's not like we have bad plans, I think. It's just about execution and knowing our limits, maybe. So we
silly
can...
deaths as well.
Yeah, silly
all
deaths.
The silly deaths, all the teleports behind. Like
Yeah.
I think, for example, game 2, I was quite frustrated that like we killed them all. I think we are getting the Nash and we can just hit S5 and be first on soul. Instead we want to push some extra waves, you know, like I think we really want to show that we are way better, you know, but in reality just the game is won, just do the simple things good.
Yeah, because it reads, to the viewer, it reads as cocky a little bit, right? Can you see why people think that?
I mean, I don't think we are like cocky, it's just I think we try to get too much out of every situation when it's really not needed.
Do you think the mood lightened up a bit? Like in game number 2, like was it feeling like a free win, so everybody kind of took it a little bit less serious? It was something interesting because we had Lebrov and BB on the podcast, and one of the things that Lebrov and BB talked about that they've learned throughout their careers is to never get cocky, especially like Lebrov was like, we played against GAM at Worlds, we had already 2-0, we thought it was free win, nearly got reverse swept, and it's like, oh my god, you know. I don't know if that resonates with you guys with this game, because it looked like it was an absolute free win, and then
I mean, I think it's just